Chapter 1. Peter breaks through. All children grow up except one. They learn they must grow up. Wendy learned this when she was 2 years old. One day she played in a garden. She picked a flower and ran to her mother. Her mother put her hand on her heart and said, "Oh, why can't you stay like this forever?" Then Wendy knew she must grow up. After you are 2, you know you must grow up. They lived at number 14. Before Wendy was born, her mother was the most important person. Mrs. Darling was a very nice lady. She had a kind and playful mind. Her mind was like small boxes inside bigger boxes, and her mouth had one special kiss that Wendy could not get. The kiss was always in the right corner of her mouth. Mr. Darling won her love in this way. Many men loved Mrs. Darling. They all came to ask her to marry them. But Mr. Darling came first in a cab, so he married her. He got all her love except the secret box and the special kiss. He never learned about the box. Later, he stopped trying to get the kiss. Wendy even thought that Napoleon could have gotten it, but he would have been very angry. Mr. Darling often told Wendy that her mother loved and respected him. He talked about stocks and shares. He sounded very smart. He said, "Stocks are up and shares are down," and this made Mrs. Darling respect him. Mrs. Darling married in a white dress. At first, she kept her accounts very carefully. She counted every vegetable. Later, some vegetables disappeared. Instead, she drew pictures of babies without faces. These pictures were her guesses. Wendy was born first, then John, then Michael. After Wendy was born, her parents were not sure they could feed one more child. Mr. Darling was very proud of her. He was honest and careful with money. He sat by Mrs. Darling's bed, holding her hand and counting money. Mrs. Darling wanted to take risks, but Mr. Darling liked to use a pencil and paper. He said, "Please do not interrupt." He counted his money out loud. He talked about 1 pound, 2 pounds, shillings, and pence. Then he asked, "Can we live for 1 year on this money?" Mrs. Darling said, "Of course we can, George." She loved Wendy very much. Mr. Darling was very important. Then Mr. Darling said, "Remember mumps." He kept counting and said things like, "Mumps cost 1 pound, measles cost 1 pound 5, and whooping cough cost 15 shillings. He counted many things. In the end, Wendy understood his money talk. There was the same excitement when John was born. Michael was born with a very small cry. They kept all 3 children. Soon, you could see them going to Miss Folsom's kindergarten school with their nurse. Mrs. Darling liked everything to be just right. Mr. Darling liked to be like his neighbors, so they had a nurse. Their nurse was a dog named Nana. Nana was a proper Newfoundland dog. She loved children. The Darlings met Nana in Kensington Gardens. Nana liked to look into baby carriages. Some nursemaids did not like her. She even followed them and told their mistresses. Nana was a very good nurse. She gave the children a bath and woke up at night if one of them cried. Nana slept in the nursery. She knew when a cough was bad and when it was not. She liked old remedies like rhubarb leaf. She did not like new ideas about germs. Nana took the children to school. She walked slowly beside them. If a child strayed, she pushed them back in line. On John's small feet days, she never forgot his sweater. She even carried an umbrella in her mouth in case it rained. At Miss Folsom's school, the other nurses sat on chairs while Nana lay on the floor. They acted as if Nana was less important. Nana did not like their small talk. When Mrs. Darling's friends came to the nursery, Nana would change Michael's pinafore to one with blue braiding, smooth Wendy's hair, and fix John's hair. No nursery was as good as theirs. Mr. Darling knew it, but sometimes he worried that the neighbors might talk about them. He also worried about Nana. Sometimes he felt that Nana did not like him. Mrs. Darling said, "I know she likes you very much, George." Then she told the children to be very kind to their father. They danced happily. The other servant, Liza, sometimes danced with them. Liza was small and wore a long skirt and a maid's cap. Mrs. Darling danced too. She danced so wildly that you could only see her kiss. If you ran to her, you might get the kiss. The Darling family was very happy until Peter Pan came. Mrs. Darling first heard about Peter when she looked in her children's minds. Every good mother cleans up her children's thoughts at night after they sleep. She puts their thoughts in order for the next day. It is like cleaning a drawer. You might see your mother on her knees, looking at your thoughts. She finds some things sweet and some not so sweet. When you wake up, your bad thoughts are hidden at the bottom and your good thoughts are on the top. I do not know if you have seen a map of a person's mind. Doctors sometimes draw maps of your body. But a child's mind is very confusing. It is like a map with many zigzag lines. These lines are like roads on an island. The island is called Neverland. Neverland has many bright colors, small boats, wild people, and lonely houses. There are also caves with rivers and princes with many brothers. There is even a small old lady with a hooked nose. There are many things: school, religion, fathers, a round pond, needlework, and even a day for chocolate pudding. It is a confusing map because nothing stays still. Neverland is different for each child. For example, John had a lagoon with flamingos. John pretended to shoot at the flamingos. Michael was very small and had his own small flamingo. John lived in a boat on the sand. Michael lived in a wigwam. Wendy lived in a house made of leaves. John had no friends. Michael had friends at night. Wendy had a pet wolf that no one loved. Their Neverlands were a little like each other. In Neverland, children always play by the water. We have been there. We can still hear the sound of the sea. Neverland is a small and cozy island. It is not large and far apart. When you play during the day with chairs and tablecloths, it is not scary. But in the minutes before you sleep, it feels very real. That is why there are night lights. Sometimes when Mrs. Darling looked in her children's minds, she found one strange word. The word was Peter. She did not know any Peter, but Peter was in John's and Michael's minds. In Wendy's mind, the name Peter was everywhere. The word Peter was big and bold. It looked a little proud. Wendy said, "Yes, he is a little proud." Her mother asked, "Who is he, my dear?" Wendy said, "He is Peter Pan, you know, Mother." At first, Mrs. Darling did not know who Peter was. Then she remembered a boy named Peter Pan who lived with fairies. People told strange stories about him. They said that when children died, he went with them so they would not be scared. When she was young, she believed these stories. Now she was an adult, and she did not really believe them. Mrs. Darling said, "Besides, he would be grown up by now." Wendy said confidently, "No, he is not grown up, and he is just my size." Wendy meant that Peter was the same size as her, both in body and in mind. Mrs. Darling asked Mr. Darling about Peter. He smiled and said, "It is nonsense that Nana tells them. It is the kind of idea a dog has. Do not worry, it will go away." but it did not go away. Soon, the troublesome boy gave Mrs. Darling a big shock. Children have very strange adventures without being scared. For example, 1 week later, a child might say that in the wood they met their dead father and played with him. One morning, Wendy told a strange story. Some leaves were on the nursery floor. They were not there when the children went to bed. Mrs. Darling looked at the leaves. Wendy smiled and said, "I think it is Peter again." Mrs. Darling asked, "What do you mean, Wendy?" Wendy said, "It is very naughty of him not to wipe his feet." Wendy was a very neat child. She said that sometimes Peter comes into the nursery at night. He sits at the foot of her bed and plays his pipes. Wendy never wakes up, but she just knows it. Mrs. Darling said, "What nonsense you talk, dear. No one can come into the house without knocking." Wendy said, "I think he comes in by the window." Mrs. Darling said, "But my dear, the window is 3 floors up." Wendy asked, "Weren't the leaves near the window, Mother?" It was true. The leaves were very near the window. Mrs. Darling did not know what to think. Wendy said this as if it was very normal. Mrs. Darling cried, "My child, why did you not tell me this before?" Wendy said lightly, "I forgot." She was in a hurry to eat her breakfast. Mrs. Darling thought, surely she must have been dreaming. But the leaves were real. Mrs. Darling looked at them very carefully. They were thin, like skeletons. She was sure they did not come from any tree in England. She looked on the floor with a candle, trying to see a strange footmark. She banged a poker on the chimney and tapped the walls. She measured from the window to the ground. It was a drop of 30 feet with no step to climb. Mrs. Darling thought Wendy had been dreaming, but Wendy was not dreaming. The next night showed that something real happened. That night, the children began their extraordinary adventures. That night, all the children went to bed. It was Nana's day off. Mrs. Darling had bathed them and sung to them. One by one, they let go of her hand and went to sleep. They looked safe and cozy. Mrs. Darling smiled and sat by the fire to sew. Michael was busy that night because it was his birthday and he was trying on shirts. The fire was warm and the nursery had 3 nightlights. Soon Mrs. Darling was sewing on her lap. Then her head drooped and she fell asleep. There were 4 people in the room: Wendy, Michael, John, and Mrs. Darling by the fire. It was as if there should be a 4th night light. While she slept, Mrs. Darling had a dream. In her dream, Neverland came very near. A strange boy broke through from Neverland. He did not scare her because she thought she had seen him before on the faces of women without children. Maybe some mothers show him too. In her dream, he tore a thin curtain from Neverland. Mrs. Darling saw Wendy, John, and Michael peeping through the gap. The dream was small. But while she was dreaming, the nursery window blew open. A boy fell on the floor. A small light, no bigger than a fist, moved around the room. This light woke Mrs. Darling. She jumped up and cried. She saw the boy. She knew at once that he was Peter Pan. If you, I, or Wendy had been there, you would have seen that he looked like Mrs. Darling's special kiss. He was a lovely boy. He wore leaves that looked like skeleton leaves and had the juice of trees on him. The most charming thing was that he still had all his first teeth. When he saw that Mrs. Darling was an adult, he showed his little teeth at her. Chapter 2. The Shadow. Mrs. Darling screamed. Soon the door opened and Nana came in. Nana had been out that evening. She growled and jumped at a little boy. The boy jumped out of the window quickly. Mrs. Darling screamed again. This time she was very sad. She thought the boy was hurt. She ran into the street to find his small body, but he was not there. When she looked up at the dark sky, she saw a bright light. It looked like a shooting star. Mrs. Darling went back to the nursery. There she saw Nana holding something in her mouth. It was the boy's shadow. When the boy jumped at the window, Nana closed it fast. She did not catch him, but his shadow did not get out. The window slammed and broke a little. Mrs. Darling looked at the shadow carefully. It was a normal shadow. Nana knew what to do with it. She hung the shadow by the window. Nana meant, "The boy will come back for his shadow. Let us hang it where he can get it easily and not disturb the children." But Mrs. Darling did not like the shadow on the window. It looked like washing and made the house look dull. She thought about showing it to Mr. Darling, but he was busy counting money for winter coats for John and Michael. He even had a wet towel on his head. It was not a good time to trouble him. Mrs. Darling knew he would say, "It is all because we have a dog as a nurse." So she decided to roll up the shadow. She put it safely in a drawer until she had a good time to tell her husband. Oh, what a worry. A week later, on a Friday, and it was always Friday, the chance came. Later, Mrs. Darling often said, "I should have been more careful on a Friday." Mr. Darling said, No, I am responsible. I, George Darling, did it. Mea culpa, mea culpa." He had learned many things at school. Every night after that, they remembered that bad Friday. They talked about every small detail over and over. Mrs. Darling said, "If only I had not gone to a dinner at number 27. Mr. Darling said, "If only I had put my medicine in Nana's bowl." Nana's sad eyes seemed to say, "If only I had pretended to like the medicine." Mrs. Darling said, "My love for parties." Mr. Darling said, "My funny humor." Mrs. Darling said, "My worry about small things." Then sometimes one or more of them would cry. Nana sometimes barked as if to say, "It is true. They should not have a dog as a nurse." Many times Mr. Darling wiped Nana's eyes with a handkerchief. He would cry, "That fiend," and Nana would bark back. But Mrs. Darling never scolded Peter. There was something in her smile that made her not want to call Peter names. They sat in the empty nursery, remembering every little part of that awful evening. It began very calmly. Nana was getting water for Michael's bath and carried him on her back. Michael shouted, "I will not go to bed. It is not 6 o'clock yet. Oh dear, I will not be bathed." Then Mrs. Darling came in. She wore her white evening gown. She dressed early because Wendy loved to see her in the gown with the necklace George had given her. She also wore Wendy's bracelet on her arm. Wendy loved to lend her bracelet to her mother. Mrs. Darling saw her 2 older children playing a game. They pretended to be their mother and father on the day Wendy was born. John said in a kind voice, "Mrs. Darling, you are now a mother." Wendy danced happily, like a real mother would have danced. Then John was born. There was a special celebration because he was a boy. Michael came from his bath and said, "I want to be born too." But John said harshly, "We do not want any more." Michael almost cried, "Nobody wants me." But the lady in the evening dress, Mrs. Darling, said, "I do want you. I want a 3rd child." Michael asked, "Boy or girl?" She said, "Boy." Then Michael jumped into her arms. It was a small memory for Mr. and Mrs. Darling and Nana now, but it was a big memory on Michael's last night in the nursery. They talked and remembered. Mr. Darling said, "I rushed in like a tornado, didn't I?" He was not very happy with himself. He had been getting ready for the party. Everything was fine until he had to tie his tie. Even though he knew about stocks and shares, he did not know how to tie his tie. Sometimes it was easy, but sometimes it was very hard. That night, he came into the nursery with a wrinkled tie in his hand. "Father, what is wrong?" asked one of the children. "Matter!" he yelled. "This tie will not go round my neck. I have tied it round the bedpost many times, but not around my neck. I beg your pardon," he warned. "If this tie does not go round my neck, we will not go to dinner tonight. If I do not go to dinner, I will not go to work tomorrow. Then you and I will have no food, and our children will be sent to the street." Mrs. Darling stayed calm. "Let me try, dear," she said. She tied his tie with her cool, neat hands. The children all watched. Some men might have been angry that she did it so well, but Mr. Darling was too kind. He thanked her and soon forgot his anger. Then he danced around the room with Michael on his back. Mrs. Darling said, "How wildly we romped! Our last romp!" Mr. Darling groaned. "Oh, George, do you remember when Michael suddenly said, 'How did you get to know me, Mother?'" Mrs. Darling said, "I remember." Mr. Darling added, "They were sweet, weren't they? And they were ours, and now they are gone," he said sadly. The fun ended when Nana came in. Mr. Darling bumped into her and got hair on his new trousers. They were his very first trousers with braid. He bit his lip to stop tears. Mrs. Darling brushed him off, but he started to say again that having a dog for a nurse was a mistake. "George, Nana is a treasure," Mrs. Darling said. Mr. Darling said, "I sometimes feel she looks at the children as if they were puppies." Mrs. Darling said, "No, dear, I am sure she knows they have souls." Mr. Darling thought, "I wonder—" This was a chance for Mrs. Darling to tell him about the boy. At first he did not care about the shadow, but he became serious when she showed him the shadow. He said, "I do not know this person, but the shadow looks like a bad boy." "We were still talking about it," Mr. Darling said, "when Nana came with Michael's medicine. You will never carry the bottle in your mouth again, Nana. It is all my fault." Mr. Darling was a strong man, but he acted a bit silly about the medicine. He always took his medicine without complaining. When Michael did not take his spoon, he said, "Be a man, Michael." Michael shouted, "I won't! I won't!" Mrs. Darling left the room to get a chocolate for him. Mr. Darling said, "Do not spoil him." He added, "When I was your age, I took my medicine without complaining. I said, 'Thank you, kind parents, for giving me medicine.'" Wendy, who was in her nightgown, said to encourage Michael, "Father, the medicine you sometimes take is much nastier, isn't it?" Mr. Darling said, "Yes, it is nastier. I would show you by taking it now if I had not lost the bottle." He did not really lose it. He climbed up at night to the top of the wardrobe and hid it there. But the faithful Liza found it and put it back on his washstand. Wendy said, "I know where it is, Father. I will bring it." She ran off quickly. Then Mr. Darling's mood became very low. "John," he said, shivering, "this medicine is very nasty. It is sticky and sweet." "It will be over soon, Father," John said cheerfully. Then Wendy came in with the medicine in a glass. "I was as quick as I could," she panted. "You are very quick," her father said. "Michael, you go first," he said stubbornly. "Father first," said Michael, who was a little suspicious. "I will be sick, you know," Mr. Darling said in a warning tone. "Come on, Father," said John. "Hold your tongue, John," Mr. Darling said. Wendy was puzzled. "I thought you took it easily, Father." "That is not the point," he said. "The point is that my glass has more medicine than Michael's spoon." His proud heart felt very full. "It is not fair. I would say it even with my last breath. It is not fair." "Father, I am waiting," Michael said quietly. "It is all right to say you are waiting. I am waiting too," he said. "Father is a cowardly custard," Michael teased. "You are a cowardly custard too," Mr. Darling replied. "I am not scared," Michael said. "Neither am I," said Mr. Darling. "Well then, take it," Michael said. "Well then, you take it," Mr. Darling said. Wendy had a good idea. "Why do not both of you take it at the same time?" "Sure," said Mr. Darling. "Are you ready, Michael?" Wendy counted. 1, 2, 3. Michael took his medicine, but Mr. Darling slipped his behind. Michael yelled in anger, and Wendy cried, "Oh, Father!" "What do you mean by, 'Oh, Father'?" Mr. Darling asked. "Stop that noise, Michael. I meant to take mine, but I missed it." All three looked at him as if they did not admire him at all. "Look here, everyone," he said when Nana went to the bathroom. "I have just thought of a funny joke. I will pour my medicine into Nana's bowl and she will drink it, thinking it is milk." The medicine was the color of milk. But the children did not think this was funny. They looked at him as he poured the medicine into Nana's bowl. "What fun!" he said, unsure. The children did not say anything when Mrs. Darling and Nana came back. "Nana, good dog," he said, petting her. "I have put a little milk into your bowl, Nana." Nana wagged her tail, ran to the bowl, and began licking the medicine. Then she looked at Mr. Darling. It was not an angry look. It was a sad look with a big red tear. Then she went quietly to her kennel. Mr. Darling felt very ashamed, but he would not give up. In a quiet voice, Mrs. Darling smelled the bowl. "Oh, George," she said, "it is your medicine." "It was only a joke," he roared. Mrs. Darling comforted the boys, and Wendy hugged Nana. "Much good," he said bitterly. "I work so hard to be funny in this house." And still Wendy hugged Nana. "That is right," he shouted. "Coddle her. No one coddles me. I am only the breadwinner. Why should I be coddled? Why? "George, George," Mrs. Darling said softly. "Speak quietly. The servants will hear you." They had already started to call Liza the servants. "Let them," he answered. "Bring the whole world, but I will not let that dog stay in my nursery for 1 more hour." The children cried. Nana came close to him, asking for help, but he waved her away. He felt strong again. In vain, he cried. "Your proper place is in the yard. Now go and be tied up." "George, George," Mrs. Darling whispered, "remember what I told you about that boy." But he would not listen. He wanted to show who was the boss in the house. When his commands did not bring Nana out of the kennel, he used kind words to lure her. Then he roughly dragged her from the nursery. He was ashamed, but he did it. He loved praise very much, and wanted everyone to admire him. When he tied her up in the backyard, he went to sit in the hall with his hands on his eyes. Meanwhile, Mrs. Darling put the children to bed very quietly and turned on their night lights. They could hear Nana barking. John whispered, "It is because he is chaining her in the yard." But Wendy was wise. "That is not Nana's sad bark," she said, not knowing what would happen next. It is her bark when she smells danger. Danger? Are you sure, Wendy? Asked someone. Oh, yes, she said. Mrs. Darling trembled and went to the window. It was very secure. She looked out. The night sky was full of stars. They seemed to crowd around the house as if they were curious. She did not notice that, or that one or two of the small stars winked at her. But a strange fear filled her heart. She cried, "Oh, how I wish I was not going to a party tonight." Even Michael, who was half asleep, knew that she was scared. He asked, "Can anything hurt us, Mother, after the night lights are on?" "Nothing, precious," she said. "They are the eyes that a mother leaves behind to watch her children." She went from bed to bed, singing soft songs. Little Michael hugged her. "Mother," he cried, "I am glad you are here." Those were the last words she heard from him for a long time. No. 27 was only a few yards away. There had been a little snow. Father and Mother Darling walked carefully so they would not get their shoes dirty. They were the only people in the street. All the stars watched them. Stars are beautiful, but they cannot join in. They only watch, always. This is a punishment for something the stars did so long ago. The older stars are now quiet and glassy. The little ones still wonder. They are not very friendly to Peter, who sometimes comes up behind them and tries to scare them. But they love fun. So tonight, they wanted the grown-ups to be away. As soon as the door of number 27 closed on Mr. and Mrs. Darling, there was a big noise in the sky. The smallest star in the Milky Way screamed out, "Now, Peter!" Chapter 3. Come away! Come away! After Mr. and Mrs. Darling left the house, the three children's night lights stayed on. They were very pretty. It would have been fun to stay awake and see Peter. But Wendy's light blinked and yawned. Soon the other two lights yawned too, and all the lights went out. Then a new light appeared in the room. It was very bright. In a short time it searched every drawer, the wardrobe, and every pocket. This light was not a real light. It made light by flashing very fast. When it stopped, you saw a tiny fairy. She was not bigger than your hand. She was a girl named Tinker Bell. She wore a leaf like a dress. She looked a little round. A moment later the window was blown open by the soft wind of little stars. Peter Pan fell in. He had carried Tinker Bell part of the way. His hand was still dusty with fairy dust. "Tinker Bell," he said softly, making sure the children were asleep. "Tink, where are you?" At that moment, Tinker Bell was inside a jug. She liked it there because she had never been in a jug before. "Come out of the jug," Peter said, "and tell me, do you know where my shadow is?" A lovely sound like golden bells answered him. That was the fairy language. Ordinary children cannot hear it, but if you could, you would remember it. Tinker Bell said that the shadow was in the big box. She meant the chest of drawers. Peter jumped to the drawers. He made a big mess as he looked inside. Soon he found his shadow. In his delight he forgot that he had shut Tinker Bell in the drawer. Peter thought his shadow should join with him like drops of water. When it did not, he felt very sad. He tried to stick it on with soap from the bathroom, but that did not work. Peter began to cry and sat on the floor. His crying woke Wendy. She sat up in bed. She was not scared to see a stranger crying on the floor. She was only curious. "Boy," she said politely, "why are you crying?" Peter was very polite too. He stood up and bowed to her. Wendy smiled and bowed back. "What is your name?" he asked. "My name is Wendy Moira Angela Darling," she said happily. "What is your name?" Peter Pan, he said. Wendy thought, that is a short name. Is that all? She asked. Yes, he said a little sharply. He felt his name was too short. I am sorry, said Wendy. It does not matter, Peter answered quickly. Wendy asked, where do you live? Second to the right, and then straight on till morning, said Peter. That is a funny address, said Wendy. Peter felt a little bad. No, it is not, he said. Wendy, as a kind hostess, asked, is that the address on your letters? Peter did not like letters. Do not get any letters, he said. But your mother gets letters? Asked Wendy. I do not have a mother, Peter said. He did not want a mother. He thought mothers were not very important. Wendy felt very sorry for him. Oh, Peter, no wonder you were crying, she said, and she got out of bed and ran to him. I did not cry because of mothers, Peter said. I cried because I cannot get my shadow to stick on. And besides, I did not cry at all. Your shadow has come off? Asked Wendy. Yes, he said. Then Wendy saw the shadow on the floor. It looked very messy. She felt very sorry for Peter. How awful, she said. But she could not help smiling when she saw he had tried to stick it on with soap. It was so much like a boy. Wendy knew what to do. We must sew it on, she said a little kindly. What is sewn? Asked Peter. You are very ignorant, Wendy said. No, I am not, he answered. Wendy smiled and said, I will sew it on for you, little man. Even though Peter was nearly as tall as her, she took her sewing kit and sewed the shadow to Peter's foot. It might hurt a little, she warned. Oh, I will not cry, said Peter. He closed his teeth and did not cry. Soon his shadow stayed on, though it was a little wrinkled. Maybe I should have ironed it, Wendy said. Peter did not care about that. He began to jump about happily. He forgot that he owed his happiness to Wendy. He said proudly, How clever I am! Oh, how clever I am! It is a little embarrassing to say that Peter was very proud. He was the cockiest boy of all. Wendy was shocked. You are conceited, she said with a little anger. Of course I did nothing. You did a little, Peter said carelessly and kept on dancing. A little, Wendy said. If I am no use, I can go back to bed. She jumped back into bed and hid her face under the blankets. Peter wanted her to look up. He pretended that he would go away. When that did not work, he sat at the end of the bed and tapped her with his foot. Wendy, he said, do not go back to bed. I feel so proud, I cannot stop crowing. Still, she did not look up, but she listened. Wendy, he continued in a soft, charming voice, one girl is more useful than 20 boys. Now Wendy was almost like a grown-up. She peeked out from under the blankets. Do you really think so, Peter? She asked. Yes, I do, he answered. I think that is very sweet of you, said Wendy. I will get up again. She sat beside him on the bed. She even said she would give him a kiss if he wanted one. Peter did not understand. He held out his hand, expecting a kiss. Do you know what a kiss is? Asked Wendy, surprised. I will know when you give me one, he said, trying not to hurt his feelings. So she gave him a small thimble as a pretend kiss. Now, Peter asked, shall I give you a kiss? If you please, said Wendy politely. She leaned a little toward him, but then he dropped an acorn button into her hand. Wendy slowly moved her face back and said she would wear his kiss on a chain around her neck. This chain later saved her life. When people meet, they often ask each other's age. So Wendy asked Peter, How old are you? This was not a happy question for him. It was like a test. I do not know, he said a little shyly, but I am very young. He only had a guess. Then he said, Wendy, I ran away the day I was born. Wendy was very surprised and interested. She gently touched her nightgown to show he could come sit closer. It was because I heard my father and mother talking about what I would be when I grew up, Peter said softly. He was very upset now. I do not want to be a man. I always want to be a little boy and have fun. So I ran away to Kensington Gardens and lived a long time with the fairies. Wendy listened with admiration. She loved to hear about fairies. She asked many questions about them. Peter did not like talking about fairies very much. They sometimes got in his way, and he had to tell them to go away, but he still liked them. He told her, when the first baby laughed, its laugh broke into 1,000 pieces. They all skipped away. That was how fairies were born. This is a long talk, but Wendy liked to listen. And so, Peter said happily, there should be one fairy for every boy and girl. Should there not be? Asked Wendy. No. Children know many things, and soon they do not believe in fairies. And every time a child says, I do not believe in fairies, a fairy dies. Peter thought they had talked enough about fairies. He looked at Tinker Bell. I cannot find Tink, he said, and stood up. He called her by name. Wendy's heart beat fast. Peter, she cried, you do not mean there is a fairy in this room? She was here a moment ago, Peter said a bit impatiently. Do you not hear her? They both listened. All I hear is a soft tinkle like little bells, said Wendy. That is Tink. That is the fairy language. I think I hear her too, Peter said. The sound came from the chest of drawers. Peter smiled a merry smile. His laugh sounded like a soft gurgle. He still had his first laugh. Wendy, he whispered happily. I think I shut her in the drawer. He opened the drawer and let Tinker Bell out. She flew around the room and screamed in anger. You should not say such things, Peter said. I am sorry, but how was I to know you were in the drawer? Wendy did not listen much. Oh, Peter, if you would only stand still so I can see you, she cried. They never stand still, he said. But for one moment, Wendy saw Tinker Bell standing on the cuckoo clock. Oh, how lovely, she cried. But Tinker Bell still looked angry. Look, Tink, Peter said kindly. Wendy says she wishes you were her fairy. Tinker Bell answered in a rude way. What did she say, Peter? He had to explain. She said you are a very ugly fairy and that you are my fairy. He tried to argue. You cannot be my fairy, Tink. I am a gentleman, and you are a lady. Then Tinker Bell said, You silly ass, and flew into the bathroom. Peter said, I am sorry. She is called Tinker Bell because she mends pots and kettles. Soon Peter and Wendy sat in an armchair. Wendy asked more questions. If you do not live in Kensington Gardens now? Sometimes I do, Peter said. But where do you live most of the time? With the lost boys, he answered. Who are the lost boys? Asked Wendy. They are children who fall out of their prams when the nurse is not looking. If no one claims them in 7 days, they go to Neverland. I am their captain. That sounds like fun, said Wendy. Yes, said Peter. But we are a little lonely. We have no girls with us. Are there no girls? Asked Wendy. Oh, no. Girls are too clever to fall out of their prams. This made Wendy very happy. I think it is very nice the way you talk about girls, John, however, does not like us, she said. At that moment, Peter kicked John out of bed, blankets and all. John was sleeping on the floor, so Wendy let him stay there. I know you meant to be kind, she said, so you can give me a kiss. Peter then said, I thought you would want your thimble back. Oh dear, said kind Wendy, I do not mean a kiss. I mean a thimble. What is that? Peter asked. It is like this, said Wendy as she kissed him. Funny, said Peter. Now, shall I give you a thimble? If you wish to, said Wendy, sitting up straight. Peter gave her a thimble. Immediately, Wendy screamed, What is it, Wendy? It feels as if someone is pulling my hair, she said. That must be Tink. I did not know she could be so naughty, said Peter. Tinker Bell flew around again and said rude words. She says she will do that every time I give you a thimble, Peter explained. But why? Asked Wendy. Why, Tink, said Peter. Soon Peter and Wendy sat together in the armchair. Then Wendy asked, Peter, will you tell me a story? But Peter said, I do not know any stories. The lost boys do not know any stories. How awful, said Wendy. Peter then asked, Do you know why swallows build nests in the eaves of houses? It is to listen to the stories, he explained. Oh, Wendy, your mother once told you a lovely story. Which story? Asked Wendy. About the prince who could not find the lady with the glass slipper. Peter, that is Cinderella, and he found her. They lived happily ever after, said Wendy. Peter was very happy. He jumped from the floor and ran to the window. Where are you going? Cried Wendy. To tell the other boys, he said. Don't go, Peter, Wendy pleaded. I know many stories too. Peter's eyes grew greedy. Oh, the stories I will tell the boys, he cried. Then he grabbed Wendy and pulled her to the window. Let me go, she said. Wendy, come with me and tell the other boys, Peter said. Wendy was happy to be asked, but then said, Oh dear, I cannot. Think of Mummy. Besides, I cannot fly. I will teach you, said Peter. Oh, how lovely to fly, cried Wendy. I will teach you to jump on the wind's back, and then we will fly away. Ooh, she exclaimed. Wendy, when you sleep in your bed, you might fly with me and say funny things to the stars, Peter said. Ooh, said Wendy. And Wendy, there are mermaids, Peter said. Mermaids? With tails? Yes, very long tails, said Peter. Oh, cried Wendy, to see a mermaid. Peter then said slyly, Wendy, how we should all respect you. Wendy squirmed a little. It was as if she wanted to stay on the floor. But Peter had no pity. Wendy, he said, you could tuck us in at night. Ooh! None of us has ever been tucked in at night? Ooh! And Wendy opened her arms to him. And you could mend our clothes and make pockets for us. None of us has any pockets. How can I refuse? Wendy said happily. Peter, will you teach John and Michael to fly too? If you like, he said in a quiet voice. Wendy ran to John and Michael and shook them. Wake up, she cried. Peter Pan is here to teach us to fly. John rubbed his eyes. I am awake, he said. Michael was also awake. He looked very sharp, but then Peter made a sign for silence. The children all listened very carefully. Everything was very quiet. Then everything was not quiet. Nana, who had barked all evening, was now silent. The children heard her silence. Turn off the light! Hide! Quick! Cried John, as he took charge for the first time. Soon Liza came in holding Nana. The nursery was dark again. You might think the three children were sleeping. But behind the curtains, you could hear soft breathing. Liza was in a bad mood. She had been mixing Christmas puddings in the kitchen. Nana had pulled a raisin from her cheek. Liza thought that if Nana stayed in the nursery a little, everything would be quiet. "Here, you suspicious brute," Liza said to Nana. "They are all safe. Listen to the little angels breathing." Michael, excited by this, breathed very loudly. Nana knew this kind of breathing. She tried to get away from Liza's arms, but Liza was very strict. "No more barking, Nana," she said. "If you bark again, I will take the children home from the party, and Master will punish you." Liza tied Nana up again. But Nana did not stop barking. She thought, "I want Master and Mrs. to come home from the party." Nana did not care if she was punished, as long as the children were safe. Liza went back to her puddings. Nana pulled and pulled at the chain until it broke. Soon she ran into the dining room of number 27. She raised her paws high as if to pray. Mr. and Mrs. Darling knew something terrible was happening in the nursery. They quickly ran into the street. Now it had been 10 minutes since 3 little troublemakers were behind the curtains. Peter Pan can do a lot in 10 minutes. We returned to the nursery. John came out of his hiding place and said, "It is all right. Peter, can you really fly?" Instead of answering, Peter flew around the room. He even flew past the mantelpiece. "That is amazing," said John and Michael. "Very nice," cried Wendy. "Yes, I am very nice," Peter said, forgetting his manners. Flying looked so easy. They tried it on the floor and then on the beds, but they always fell down instead of flying up. "How do you do it?" asked John. He rubbed his knee because he had fallen. "You just think happy, wonderful thoughts," Peter explained. "Then they lift you up into the air." He showed them again. "You are very fast," said John. "Can you do it slowly once?" Peter did it both slowly and quickly. "I have it now, Wendy," cried John. But soon he found he could not fly at all. None of them could fly even an inch. Even Michael said only 2 small words. Peter did not know any better. Peter was only teasing them. You cannot fly unless fairy dust is blown on you. Luckily, Peter had fairy dust on his hand. He blew some on each of them, and they flew with great joy. "Now just wiggle your shoulders like this," Peter said, "and then let go." They got on their beds. Brave Michael let go first. He did not really mean to let go, but he did. Immediately he flew across the room. "I am flying!" he screamed in the air. John let go and met Wendy near the bathroom. "Oh, wonderful! Oh, amazing! Look at me! Look at me! Look at me!" They were not as graceful as Peter. They even kicked a little. Their heads bumped against the ceiling. It was very funny. At first Peter helped Wendy, but soon he had to stop because Tinker Bell was very angry. Up and down they went. Around and around they flew. Wendy said, "This is heavenly." "Why don't we all go outside?" cried John. Peter had been planning this. Michael was ready. He wanted to see how far he could fly. But Wendy was not sure. "Mermaids," Peter said again. "Ooh! And there are pirates," Peter added. "Pirates!" cried John. He grabbed his Sunday hat. "Let us go now." At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Darling came quickly with Nana from number 27. They ran into the street and looked at the nursery window. The window was still closed, but the room was very bright. They saw, in the shadow on the curtain, 3 little figures in night clothes flying around. They were not on the floor. They were in the air. Not 3 figures, 4. With trembling hands, Mr. and Mrs. Darling opened the door to the street. Mr. Darling wanted to run upstairs, but Mrs. Darling signaled him to be quiet. She even tried to calm her heart. Will they reach the nursery in time? If they do, what a relief it will be. But if they do not, I promise you the story will end well. They would have reached the nursery in time, if not for the little stars. Once again, the stars blew the window open. The smallest star called out, "Cave! Peter!" Then Peter knew he had to hurry. "Come!" he cried in a strong voice, and he flew out into the night. John, Michael, and Wendy followed him. Mr. and Mrs. Darling and Nana ran into the nursery too late. The children were gone. Chapter 4. The Flight. Second to the right, and straight on till morning. That is what Peter told Wendy was the way to Neverland. But even birds with maps could not follow these words. Peter just said what came into his head. At first his friends trusted him. They enjoyed flying so much that they spent time circling church spires and other tall things they liked. John and Michael raced. Michael started first. They remembered that not long ago they felt very proud because they could fly around the room. But now they were flying over the sea. John thought it was their second time over the sea and their third night of flying. Sometimes it was dark and sometimes light. They became very cold and then too warm. They felt hungry at times. Peter had a funny way to get food. He would chase birds that had food for people. He would grab the food, then the birds would chase him and take it back. They would all run happily for a long time. But Wendy noticed that Peter did not know this was a strange way to get bread and butter. He did not know there were better ways. They were really sleepy, and when they fell asleep in the air, they would suddenly drop. Peter thought this was funny. "There he goes again!" he would cry happily when Michael fell like a stone. "Save him! Save him!" Wendy shouted, looking down at the sea far below. Peter would fly quickly and catch Michael just before he hit the water. He always waited until the last moment. It seemed he liked showing off his cleverness more than saving someone. Also, he liked new adventures. Sometimes, if you fell, Peter might not catch you. Peter could lie on his back and float in the air without falling. He was so light that if you blew behind him, he would go faster. "Please be nice to him," Wendy whispered to John when they played "Follow My Leader." "Then tell him to stop showing off," John said. When they played "Follow My Leader," Peter flew near the water and touched a shark's tail. It was like running a finger along a railing. They could not copy him very well. It looked like he was showing off, especially when he looked back to see how many tails they missed. "You must be kind to him," Wendy said to her brothers. "What will we do if he leaves us?" "We could go back," Michael said. "How could we go back without him?" Wendy asked. "Well, then we must go on," John said. "That is the problem," Wendy said sadly. "We do not know how to stop." Peter had forgotten to show them how to stop in the air. John said that if all else failed, they could fly straight on because the world is round. Then they would come back to their window. "And who will get food for us, John?" Wendy asked. "I took a little bit from an eagle's mouth, pretty well, Wendy," John answered. "After the 20th try," Wendy reminded him. "Even though we are good at getting food, we bump into clouds if Peter is not near to help." They bumped into clouds many times. They could now fly well, though they still kicked a lot. If they saw a cloud ahead, the more they tried to avoid it, the more they bumped into it. If Nana had been with them, she would have put a bandage on Michael's head by now. At that time, Peter was not with them. They felt lonely. He could fly much faster than they did, and would disappear to have an adventure on his own. Later, he would come back laughing because he had said something funny to a star, or because he had mermaid scales on him. Sometimes, he forgot about them when he returned. Wendy worried. If he forgets us, how will we know he loves us? Sometimes when he came back, he did not remember them well. Wendy was sure of that. She saw his eyes show a little surprise when he almost forgot to speak to them. Once, she had to call him by name. "I'm Wendy," she said quickly. Then Peter whispered, "Always say I'm Wendy if you see me forgetting. Then I will remember." This was not a perfect plan. To make up for it, Peter showed them how to lie flat on a strong wind so they could sleep safely. They tried it many times and felt secure. They could have slept longer, but Peter soon grew tired of sleeping. In his loud captain's voice, he cried, "We get off here!" After a few small quarrels and many laughs, they flew near Neverland. After many moons, they reached it. They had flown almost straight. Not only Peter or Tinker Bell helped them, but the island itself seemed to call them. That is how you may see those magic shores. "There it is," Peter said calmly. Where, the children asked. "Where all the arrows are pointing," Peter answered. There were many golden arrows in the sky. The sun made them so the children knew the way before the sun went down. Wendy, John, and Michael stood on their tiptoe in the air to see the island. Strange as it was, they all recognized it at once. They did not feel afraid. They greeted it like a good friend coming home for the holidays. "John, there is the lagoon." "Wendy, look at the turtles burying their eggs in the sand." "John, I see your flamingo with the broken leg." "Look, Michael, there is your cave." "John, what is that in the bushes?" "It is a wolf with her babies." "Wendy, I think that is your baby wolf." "There is my boat, John, with its sides burned." "No, it is not. We burned your boat." "That is my boat anyway." "John, I see smoke from the redskin camp." "Where? Show me, and I will tell you by the way the smoke curls if they are on the warpath." "There, just across the mysterious river." "I see now." "Yes, they are on the warpath," John said. Peter was a little annoyed that they knew so many things. But then, as darkness fell, fear came upon them. The golden arrows disappeared, and the island looked dark and gloomy. In old days at home, Neverland would look dark and strange at bedtime. There were black patches and moving shadows. You would hear strange roars and feel that you might lose. You would be happy that the nightlights were on. Nana would say, "This is just the mantelpiece here, and Neverland is pretend." But now Neverland was real. There were no nightlights. It grew darker and darker. And where was Nana? They had started to fly apart. Soon they huddled close to Peter. His careless ways were gone. His eyes shone, and he made them feel a little tingle every time they touched him. They flew so low that sometimes a tree nearly touched their feet. Nothing very bad was seen, but flying became slow and hard, as if they were pushing through invisible forces. Sometimes they would stay in the air until Peter beat on the wind with his fists. "They do not want us to land," he explained. "Who are they?" Wendy whispered, shivering. But Peter would not say. Tinker Bell was asleep on his shoulder. Then he woke her and sent her ahead. Sometimes Peter stopped in the air and listened with his hand to his ear. Then he stared down with very bright eyes. It looked as if his eyes could make 2 holes in the earth. After this, he continued flying. He was very brave. "Would you like an adventure now?" he asked John. "Or would you like to have your tea first?" Wendy said, "Tea first," and Michael squeezed her hand in thanks. But John, who was braver, hesitated. "What kind of adventure?" he asked slowly. "There is a pirate asleep below us," Peter said. "If you like, we will go down and kill him." "I do not see him," John said after a long pause. "I do." "Suppose he wakes up," John said quietly. Peter spoke sharply. "You do not think I would kill him while he is sleeping? I would wake him first and then kill him. That is what I always do." "Do you kill many pirates?" John asked. "Tons," Peter said. John said, "How amazing." But he chose to have tea first. He asked if there were many pirates on the island now. Peter said he had never known so many. "Who is captain now?" John asked. "Hook," Peter answered. His face became very serious when he said that name. "Jas Hook?" John asked. "Aye." Then Michael began to cry. Even John could only speak in small words. They all knew Hook's bad name. "He was Blackbeard's bosun," John whispered. "He is the worst pirate of all. He is the only man that Barbecue fears." "That is him," said Peter. "What is he like? Is he big?" John asked. "He is not as big as he once was." "What do you mean?" John asked. "I cut off part of him," Peter said. "You did what?" "Yes, I did," Peter said sharply. "I did not mean to be rude." "Oh, all right. But what part did you cut off?" "His right hand." "Then he cannot fight now?" "He can fight with his left hand. He has an iron hook instead of his right hand, and he uses it to claw." "Claws," John said. "Now, John," Peter said, "say, 'Aye, aye, sir.'" "Aye, aye, sir," John said. "There is one promise every boy in my crew must make. You must promise that if we meet Hook in a fight, you will leave him to me." John's face turned pale. "I promise," John said quietly. For a little while they felt less scared because Tinker Bell flew with them. In her light, they could see each other, but she could not fly as slowly as they did. So she flew around them in a circle like a halo. Wendy liked it until Peter told her the problem. "She says," Peter said, "that the pirates saw us before it got dark and took out their big gun, Long Tom." "The big gun?" Wendy asked. "Yes, and they will see her light. If they know we are near, they will fire." "Wendy! John! Michael!" "Tell her to go away, Peter," all three cried at once, but Peter would not. "She thinks we have lost our way," he said stiffly, "and she is very scared. Do you think I would send her away by herself when she is frightened?" For a moment, the circle of light broke. Peter gave Tinker Bell a small, loving pinch. "Then tell her," Wendy begged, "to put out her light." "She can't put it out. Fairies cannot do that. Her light only goes out when she falls asleep. The stars do that too." "Then tell her to sleep at once," John almost ordered. "She cannot sleep until she is very sleepy. That is the only thing fairies cannot do." "It seems to me," John growled, "these are the only two things worth doing." John got a little pinch, but not a loving one. "If only one of us had a pocket," Peter said. "We could carry her in it." But they had no pockets between the four of them. Then Peter had a happy idea. "John's hat," he said. Tinker Bell agreed to travel in a hat if someone carried her in their hand. John carried the hat at first, but it bothered his knee. So Wendy took the hat. This made Tinker Bell very angry. She hated being forced to go with Wendy. In John's black hat, the light was hidden. They flew on in silence. It was the quietest silence they had ever known. Soon, they heard a soft sound far away. Peter said, "That is the wild beasts drinking at the ford." Then they heard another rough sound. Peter said, "That is the redskins sharpening their knives." After a while, these sounds stopped. Michael felt very lonely. "If only something would make a sound," he cried. Suddenly, a very loud crash broke the silence. The pirates had fired Long Tom at them. The roar echoed over the mountains. It sounded as if the echoes cried, "Where are they? Where are they?" Then the three children learned the difference between a pretend island and a real, scary island. When the sky became calm again, John and Michael found themselves alone in the dark. John flew carefully, and Michael floated without knowing how. "Are you hurt?" John whispered. "I have not been hit," Michael whispered back. We now know that no one was hurt. But Peter had been blown far out to sea by the shot's wind. Wendy was blown up high with only Tinker Bell by her side. It might have been better for Wendy if she had dropped the hat then. I do not know if Tinker Bell thought of it suddenly or planned it, but she jumped out of the hat and began to lead Wendy toward danger. Tinker Bell was not always bad. Sometimes she is good, but right now she was all bad. Fairies are very small and usually feel only one emotion at a time. At this moment, Tinker Bell was very jealous of Wendy. She made lovely sounds that Wendy could not understand. Some of the sounds might have been bad words, but they sounded kind, and Tinker Bell flew back and forth as if saying, "Follow me, and all will be well." Wendy did not know what else to do. She called to Peter, John, and Michael, but all she got were teasing echoes. She did not know that Tinker Bell hated her very much. Confused and unsteady, Wendy followed Tinker Bell to what would be her doom. Chapter 5. The Island Come True. The island woke up when Peter Pan was coming back. Usually, when Peter is away, everything is quiet. The fairies sleep longer, the animals take care of their babies, the pirates and lost boys only make faces at each other, and the Native Americans eat a lot and rest. But when Peter comes back, everything becomes busy again. If you listen closely, you can hear the island full of life. That evening, everyone was looking for someone. The lost boys were looking for Peter. The pirates were looking for the lost boys. The Native Americans were looking for the pirates, and the animals were looking for the Native Americans. They all moved around the island, but they never met because they walked at the same speed. The lost boys were not looking for a fight. They were happy because Peter was coming back. There were 6 of them, including 2 twins. Let's imagine we are watching them as they walk carefully, each holding a small knife. Peter told them not to look like him, so they wore bearskins. They hunted themselves. They looked round and fluffy, and if they fell, they would roll like balls. This made them very good at walking quietly. The first boy is Toodles. He is brave, but very unlucky. Whenever something exciting happens, he is always away collecting wood or doing something else. Because of this, he sometimes looks a little sad, but he is also very kind. Tonight, something big might happen to him. The fairy Tinker Bell is looking for someone to trick, and she thinks Toodles is the easiest to fool. Be careful, Toodles. Next is Nibs, who is always cheerful. Then comes Slightly, who loves making music from tree branches. He thinks he remembers his life before coming to the island, which makes him act very proud. Curly is next. He is a troublemaker. If Peter asks, "Who did this?" he steps forward even when he didn't do anything. The last ones are the twins. Peter never understood what twins were, so they stay close together all the time. The lost boys disappear into the darkness, and soon after, the pirates arrive. We can hear them before we see them. They are singing, "Yo-ho, yo-ho, a pirate's life, the flag of skull and bones. A happy time, a rope so tight, and down to Davy Jones." They look very dangerous. At the front is Secco, a handsome Italian pirate. Behind him is a big black pirate who changes his name often. Bill Jukes is covered in tattoos. There is Cookson, who might be Black Murphy's brother. Gentleman Starkey used to be a school teacher, but now is good at fighting. Smee, the Irish pirate, is friendly, but still dangerous. Many other scary pirates follow. In the middle of them all is their leader, Captain Hook. He is tall and thin with long curly black hair. His eyes are blue but turn red when he is angry. Instead of a right hand, he has a sharp iron hook. He is very polite, but also very scary. People say he is brave, but he is afraid of one thing, his own blood. He also looks a little like a king from a long time ago. He loves to smoke 2 cigars at once. But the most dangerous thing about him is his iron hook. Let's see how Hook deals with his men. One pirate, Skylights, bumps into him. Hook uses his hook, and in 1 second, Skylights is gone. The pirates don't even stop walking. Now another group appears. These are the Native Americans. They walk very quietly, carrying sharp weapons. Their leader is a great warrior named Big Little Panther. At the back is Tiger Lily, a beautiful and proud princess. Many men want to marry her, but she prefers to fight with her hatchet. After they pass, the animals come. There are lions, tigers, bears, and many hungry creatures. Then the last one arrives, a giant crocodile. She is looking for someone. The lost boys appear again. They are tired and sit down near their home under the ground. "I hope Peter comes back soon," they say. Slightly tries to be brave, but quickly changes his mind. They talk about mothers, which is something Peter does not allow. Nib says his mother wanted her own checkbook, but he doesn't know what that is. Suddenly, they hear a song. "Yo-ho, yo-ho, the pirate life, the flag of skull and bones. A happy time, a rope so tight, and down to Davy Jones." The lost boys disappear into their secret home. Nibs is the only one who stays behind to see what is happening. The pirates are close. Starkey sees Nibs and wants to shoot, but Hook stops him. He doesn't want the noise to bring the Native Americans. Smee, Hook's helper, suggests using his knife, which he calls Johnny Corkscrew because he twists it when he stabs. But Hook has a different plan. He wants to catch all the boys at once. Hook and Smee sit alone. Hook tells Smee his biggest fear. Many years ago, Peter Pan cut off his hand and threw it to a crocodile. The crocodile liked the taste so much that it follows Hook everywhere, waiting to eat the rest of him. The only reason Hook is still alive is that the crocodile swallowed a clock. Now, whenever it comes close, Hook hears the ticking sound and runs away. But one day, the clock will stop ticking, and then the crocodile will get him. As Hook talks, he suddenly feels hot. He jumps up. He was sitting on a chimney. It is the lost boys' hiding place. They listen and hear children's voices inside. Now Hook has a new plan. He will make a big sweet cake with green sugar and leave it near the mermaid's lagoon. The lost boys love sweets, but don't have a mother to warn them about bad food. They will eat the cake and get sick. Hook laughs at his clever plan. Then a new sound comes. Tick, tick, tick. Hook freezes in fear. The crocodile is coming. He runs away quickly, with Smee following behind. The lost boys come out again, but suddenly, Nibs runs toward them. He is being chased by wolves. "Help me!" he shouts. The boys remember what Peter would do in this situation. Peter would bend down and look at the wolves through his legs. So, they do the same. The wolves get scared and run away. Nibs stands up and points to the sky. "I see something even more amazing," he says. "A big white bird is coming this way." "What kind of bird?" the boys ask. "I don't know," says Nibs, "but it looks very tired and keeps saying, 'Poor Wendy.'" "Poor Wendy?" the boys repeat. "I remember," Slightly says. "There are birds called Wendy's." The boys look up. Wendy is flying towards them, looking weak. But someone is flying near her. It's Tinker Bell. The fairy is jealous and is trying to hurt Wendy. "Hello, Tink," the boys call. Tinker Bell shouts, "Peter wants you to shoot the Wendy." The boys always obey Peter. "Quick, get our bows and arrows," they say. Toodles already has his bow and arrow. Tinker Bell sees this and gets excited. "Shoot quickly, Toodles. Peter will be so happy," she says. Toodles aims and shoots. The arrow hits Wendy, and she falls to the ground. The island comes alive. The island woke up when Peter Pan was coming back. Usually, when Peter is away, everything is quiet. The fairies sleep longer, the animals take care of their babies, the pirates and lost boys only make faces at each other, and the Native Americans eat a lot and rest. But when Peter comes back, everything becomes busy again. If you listen closely, you can hear the island full of life. That evening, everyone was looking for someone. The lost boys were looking for Peter, the pirates were looking for the lost boys, the Native Americans were looking for the pirates, and the animals were looking for the Native Americans. They all moved around the island, but they never met because they walked at the same speed. The lost boys were not looking for a fight. They were happy because Peter was coming back. There were 6 of them, including 2 twins. Let's imagine we are watching them as they walk carefully, each holding a small knife. Peter told them not to look like him, so they wore bear skins they hunted themselves. They looked round and fluffy, and if they fell, they would roll like balls. This made them very good at walking quietly. The first boy is Toodles. He is brave, but very unlucky. Whenever something exciting happens, he is always away collecting wood or doing something else. Because of this, he sometimes looks a little sad, but he is also very kind. Tonight, something big might happen to him. The fairy Tinker Bell is looking for someone to trick, and she thinks Toodles is the easiest to fool. Be careful, Toodles. Next is Nibs, who is always cheerful. Then comes Slightly, who loves making music from tree branches. He thinks he remembers his life before coming to the island, which makes him act very proud. Curly is next. He is a troublemaker. If Peter asks, "Who did this?" he steps forward, even when he didn't do anything. The last ones are the twins. Peter never understood what twins were, so they stay close together all the time. The lost boys disappear into the darkness, and soon after the pirates arrive. We can hear them before we see them. They are singing, "Yo-ho, yo-ho, a pirate's life, the flag of skull and bones. A Happy Time, A Rope So Tight, and Down to Davy Jones. They look very dangerous. At the front is Secco, a handsome Italian pirate. Behind him is a big black pirate who changes his name often. Bill Jukes is covered in tattoos. There is Cookson, who might be Black Murphy's brother. Gentleman Starkey used to be a school teacher but now is good at fighting. Smee, the Irish pirate, is friendly but still dangerous. Many other scary pirates follow. In the middle of them all is their leader, Captain Hook. He is tall and thin with long, curly black hair. His eyes are blue but turn red when he is angry. Instead of a right hand, he has a sharp iron hook. He is very polite but also very scary. People say he is brave, but he is afraid of one thing, his own blood. He also looks a little like a king from a long time ago. He loves to smoke 2 cigars at once, but the most dangerous thing about him is his iron hook. Let's see how Hook deals with his men. One pirate, Skylights, bumps into him. Hook uses his hook, and in 1 second, Skylights is gone. The pirates don't even stop walking. Now another group appears. These are the Native Americans. They walk very quietly, carrying sharp weapons. Their leader is a great warrior named Big Little Panther. At the back is Tiger Lily, a beautiful and proud princess. Many men want to marry her, but she prefers to fight with her hatchet. After they pass, the animals come. There are lions, tigers, bears, and many hungry creatures. Then the last one arrives, a giant crocodile. She is looking for someone. The lost boys appear again. They are tired and sit down near their home under the ground. I hope Peter comes back soon, they say. Slightly tries to be brave but quickly changes his mind. They talk about mothers, which is something Peter does not allow. Nibs says his mother wanted her own checkbook, but he doesn't know what that is. Suddenly, they hear a song. Yo-ho, the pirate life, the flag of skull and bones. A happy time, a rope so tight, and down to Davy Jones. The lost boys disappear into their secret home. Nibs is the only one who stays behind to see what is happening. The pirates are close. Starkey sees Nibs and wants to shoot, but Hook stops him. He doesn't want the noise to bring the Native Americans. Smee, Hook's helper, suggests using his knife, which he calls Johnny Corkscrew because he twists it when he stabs. But Hook has a different plan. He wants to catch all the boys at once. Hook and Smee sit alone. Hook tells Smee his biggest fear. Many years ago, Peter Pan cut off his hand and threw it to a crocodile. The crocodile liked the taste so much that it follows Hook everywhere, waiting to eat the rest of him. The only reason Hook is still alive is that the crocodile swallowed a clock. Now, whenever it comes close, Hook hears the ticking sound and runs away. But one day, the clock will stop ticking and then the crocodile will get him. As Hook talks, he suddenly feels hot. He jumps up. He was sitting on a chimney. It is the lost boys' hiding place. They listen and hear children's voices inside. Now, Hook has a new plan. He will make a big sweet cake with green sugar and leave it near the mermaids' lagoon. The lost boys love sweets, but don't have a mother to warn them about bad food. They will eat the cake and get sick. Hook laughs at his clever plan. Then a new sound comes. Tick, tick, tick. Hook freezes in fear. The crocodile is coming. He runs away quickly with Smee following behind. The lost boys come out again, but suddenly Nibs runs toward them. He is being chased by wolves. "Help me!" he shouts. The boys remember what Peter would do in this situation. Peter would bend down and look at the wolves through his legs. So, they do the same. The wolves get scared and run away. Nib stands up and points to the sky. "I see something even more amazing," he says. "A big white bird is coming this way." "What kind of bird?" the boys ask. "I don't know," says Nibs, "but it looks very tired and keeps saying, 'Poor Wendy.'" "Poor Wendy?" the boys repeat. "I remember," Slightly says, "there are birds called Wendies." The boys look up. Wendy is flying towards them, looking weak. But someone is flying near her. It's Tinker Bell. The fairy is jealous and is trying to hurt Wendy. "Hello, Tink," the boys call. Tinker Bell shouts, "Peter wants you to shoot the Wendy." The boys always obey Peter. "Quick, get our bows and arrows," they say. Toodles already has his bow and arrow. Tinker Bell sees this and gets excited. "Shoot quickly, Toodles. Peter will be so happy," she says. Toodles aims and shoots. The arrow hits Wendy, and she falls to the ground. Chapter 6. The Little House. Foolish Toodles stood proudly beside Wendy's body. Then the other boys came down from the trees with their weapons. "Toodles, you are too late," he cried. "I have shot Wendy. Peter will be very happy with me." High above, Tinker Bell flew by and shouted, "Silly ass," before hiding. The other boys did not hear her. They gathered around Wendy. Then the forest grew very quiet. They would have all heard her heartbeat if it was still beating. Slightly was the first to speak. In a scared voice he said, "This is not a bird. I think she is a lady." "To a lady?" Toodles asked, trembling. "We have killed her," Nib said in a rough voice. They all took off their caps. Curly said, "Now I see. Peter was bringing her to us," and he sadly sat on the ground. One twin said, "At last a lady to take care of us, and you killed her." They felt sorry for Toodles and for themselves. When Toodles came closer, the others turned away. His face was very white, but now he had a serious look. "I did it," he said slowly. "In my dreams, when a lady came, I said, 'Pretty mother, pretty mother.' But when she really came, I shot her." Then he walked away slowly. "Don't go," the others called. "I must," he answered, shaking. "I am so afraid of Peter." At that sad moment they heard a loud shout. It was Peter calling. "Peter!" they cried. Peter always signaled his return with his voice. "Hide her," they whispered, and they gathered around Wendy. But Toodles stayed away. Soon Peter came flying in front of them. "Greetings, boys," he cried. They saluted him without thinking. Then there was silence. Peter frowned and said, "I am back. Why do you not cheer?" They tried to cheer, but no one did. In his hurry, Peter cried, "Great news, boys! I have brought a mother for you all." There was only a small thud as Toodles fell on his knees. "Have you not seen her?" Peter asked, sounding troubled. "She flew this way." One voice said, "Ami!" And another said, "Oh, what a sad day." Toodles got up. "Peter," he said quietly, "I will show you her." When the others tried to hide her, he said, "Step back, twins. Let Peter see." They all stepped aside. Peter looked for a little while, then said, "She is dead. Maybe she is scared because she is dead." He thought of jumping away in a funny way and never coming back. The boys would have followed him if he had. But then Peter saw the arrow. He took it from her heart and looked at the boys. "Whose arrow is this?" he demanded. "It is mine, Peter," Toodles said, still on his knees. "Oh, wicked hand," Peter said. He raised the arrow like a dagger. Toodles did not move. He took off his shirt a little and said, "Strike, Peter, strike true." Peter tried twice to use the arrow. Each time his hand dropped. "I cannot strike," he said, amazed. "Something stops my hand." Everyone looked at him in wonder. Only Nibs looked at Wendy. "It is her," Nibs cried. "Look at her arm, the Wendy lady." Miraculously, Wendy raised her arm. Nibs leaned close and whispered, "I think she said, 'Poor Toodles.'" "She lives," Peter said briefly. Immediately, Slightly cried, "The Wendy lady lives!" Peter knelt beside her. He found his button on a chain around her neck. "See," he said. "The arrow hit this button. It is the kiss I gave her. It has saved her life." Slightly said quickly, "I remember kisses. Let me see it. Yes, that is a kiss." Peter did not really hear him. He begged Wendy to get better quickly so he could show her the mermaids. Wendy could not answer because she was still very faint. Then they heard a sad, high note. "Listen to Tink," said Curly. "She is crying because Wendy lives." Soon they told Peter about Tinker Bell's rude words. Never before had they seen him so stern. "Listen, Tinker Bell," he cried. "I am not your friend anymore. Go away from me forever." She flew to his shoulder and pleaded, but he brushed her off. When Wendy raised her arm again, he said, "Not forever, only for 1 whole week." Do you think Tinker Bell was happy that Wendy raised her arm? No, she did not like it at all. Fairies are very strange, and Peter sometimes hit them when he did not understand. But what should they do with Wendy now? She was very weak. "Let us carry her into the house," Curly suggested. "Yes," said Slightly. "That is what you do with a lady." "No, no," Peter said. "You must not touch her. It is not respectful." "That is what I was thinking," said Slightly. "But if she just lies there, she will die," said Toodles. "Yes, she will die," Slightly admitted sadly. "But there is no other way." "Yes, there is," cried Peter. "Let us build a little house around her." Everyone was delighted. "Quick," Peter ordered. "Bring me the best things we have. Let us build our house. Be sharp." In a moment, the boys worked like busy tailors before a wedding. They ran back and forth. They went to get bedding and firewood. While they worked, John and Michael appeared. They dragged things along the ground. Sometimes they fell asleep standing, then woke and moved again. "John, John," Michael cried. "Wake up. Where is Nana and Mother?" Then John rubbed his eyes and muttered, "It is true, we did fly." They were very happy to see Peter again. "Hello, Peter," they said. "Hello," Peter answered kindly. But he had almost forgotten them. He was busy measuring Wendy with his feet to see how big a house she needed. He wanted to leave room for chairs and a table. John and Michael watched him closely. "Is Wendy asleep?" they asked. "Yes," he said. "John," Michael said, "let us wake her and have her make supper for us." But as he spoke, other boys rushed with branches to build the house. "Look at them!" Michael cried. "Curly," Peter said in a strong captain's voice, "see that these boys are helping to build the house." "Yes, sir," they all answered. "Build a house?" John exclaimed. "For Wendy," said Curly. "For Wendy?" John said in surprise. "But she is only a girl." "That is why we are her servants," explained Curly. "You, Wendy's servants!" John cried. "Yes," said Peter, "and you also. Away with you!" The surprised brothers were pulled away to cut, hack, and carry wood. "Chairs and a fender first," Peter ordered. "Then we build a house around her." Yes, that is how a house is built. said Slightly. Peter thought of everything. "Slightly," he cried, "fetch a doctor." Immediately, Slightly went away, scratching his head. He knew Peter must be obeyed. Soon he came back wearing John's hat and looking very serious. "Please, sir," Peter said to him, "are you a doctor?" The other boys knew that in their make-believe world, make-believe is as true as real. Sometimes they had to pretend they had eaten dinner. If they did not, Peter would tap them on the knuckles. "Yes, my little man," Slightly answered anxiously, rubbing his chapped knuckles. "Please, sir," Peter explained, "a lady lies very ill." She lay at their feet, but Slightly pretended not to see her. "Tut, tut, tut," he said. "Where does she lie?" "In that glade over there," Peter said. "I will put a glass thing in her mouth," said Slightly, and he pretended to do it. Peter waited. Soon the glass thing was taken out. "How is she?" Peter asked. "Tut, tut, tut," said Slightly. "This has cured her." "I am glad," Peter cried. "I will come again in the evening," Slightly said. "Give her beef tea in a cup with a spout." Then, after he returned John's hat, he blew big breaths to calm himself. Meanwhile, the wood was full of the sound of axes. Almost everything needed for a small, cozy house was now at Wendy's feet. "If only we knew what kind of house she likes best," one boy said. "Peter!" another shouted. "She is moving in her sleep." "Her mouth opens!" a third cried, looking carefully. "Oh, lovely!" "Maybe she is going to sing in her sleep," Peter said. "Wendy, sing the kind of house you would like to have." Even without opening her eyes, Wendy began to sing. "I wish I had a pretty house, the littlest ever seen, with funny little red walls and a roof of mossy green." The boys were very happy. The branches they had gathered were sticky with red sap, and the ground was covered with soft moss. As they built the little house, they started singing, "We've built the little walls and roof and made a lovely door. So tell us, Mother Wendy, what else do you want more?" Then Wendy answered eagerly, "Oh, really, next I think I'll have gay windows all about, with roses peeping in, you know, and babies peeping out." They made windows by hitting the wood with their fists. They used large yellow leaves as blinds. But when Peter heard roses, he said, "Roses!" They quickly pretended to grow the loveliest roses on the walls. "Babies?" someone asked. To stop Peter from ordering babies, they sang again. "We've made the roses peeping out. The babes are at the door. We cannot make ourselves, you know, because we've been made before." Peter then pretended that the idea was his own. The little house was very beautiful. Although they could not see Wendy inside, they knew she was safe. Peter walked up and down and ordered the last finishing touches. He noticed one thing. "There is no knocker on the door," he said. They felt ashamed, but Toodles took off his shoe. The sole of his shoe made a very good knocker. They thought the house was finished. But then Peter said, "There is no chimney. We must have a chimney." John said, "It does need a chimney." This gave Peter an idea. He took off John's hat, knocked out the bottom of it, and put it on the roof. The little house was so happy to have a chimney that smoke began to come out of the hat. Now the house was truly finished. Nothing remained to do but to knock. "Everyone, look your best," Peter warned. "First impressions are very important." They were all busy looking nice. Peter knocked politely. The forest was as quiet as the children. Only Tinker Bell was on a branch, sneering. The boys wondered, Will anyone answer the knock? If it is a lady, what will she be like? Then the door opened and a lady came out. It was Wendy. They all took off their hats. She looked very surprised, just as they had hoped. "Where am I?" she said. Slightly was the first to speak. "Wendy lady, we built this house for you," he said quickly. "Oh, say you are pleased," cried Nibs. "Lovely darling house," Wendy said. Those were the very words they hoped to hear. "And we are your children," cried the twins. Then all the boys knelt and stretched out their arms, crying, "Oh, Wendy lady, be our mother." "Should I be?" Wendy said, smiling brightly. "It is very fascinating, but I am only a little girl. I do not have much experience." "That does not matter," said Peter, as if he knew everything about mothers, even though he knew the least. "We just need a nice, motherly person." "Oh dear," Wendy said. "I feel that is exactly what I am." It is, they all cried. "We knew it at once." "Very well," she said. "I will do my best. Come inside now, you naughty children. I am sure your feet are wet. And before I put you to bed, I have time to finish the story of Cinderella." They all went inside. It was very crowded in Neverland. That night was the first of many happy evenings with Wendy. Soon she tucked the boys into the great bed in the home under the trees, but she herself slept in the little house. Outside, Peter stood guard with his sword, because pirates were laughing far away, and wolves were hunting. The little house looked very cozy and safe in the dark, with a bright light in its windows, and smoke coming from the chimney, and Peter on guard. After a while he fell asleep. Some sleepy fairies climbed over him on their way home. If any other boys got in the way, the fairies would tease them, but they just tickled Peter's nose and went on. Chapter 7. The Home Under the Ground. The next day, one of the first things Peter did was to measure Wendy, John, and Michael for their own hollow trees. You may remember that Hook had laughed at the boys for thinking they needed a tree each. But it is important that each tree fits its owner. If the tree does not fit, it is hard to go up and down. Every boy is a different size. When you fit in your tree, you can pull in your breath at the top and go down at the right speed. To climb up, you pull in and let out your breath in turns. When you learn this, you can do it very gracefully. Peter measures you for your tree like he would measure you for a suit. But here, the tree must fit you. Sometimes it is easy, like when you wear too many or too few clothes. But if you have bumps or the tree is odd-shaped, Peter does extra things so that you will fit. When you fit well, you must keep fitting. Wendy soon learned that this way a whole family can be kept in perfect shape. Wendy and Michael fit their trees on the first try. John had to be changed a little. After a few days of practice, the boys could go up and down like buckets in a well. They grew to love their home under the ground, especially Wendy. Their home had one big room, as all houses should have. The floor was soft and you could dig in it if you wanted to fish. In the floor grew strong, pretty mushrooms that the boys used as stools. A never tree tried to grow in the center of the room, but every morning they sawed its trunk off at the floor. By tea time, the trunk was about 2 feet high, and they put a door on top of it. Then it became a table. After they finished a meal, they sawed the trunk off again so there was more room to play. There was a huge fireplace in many parts of the room. Wendy stretched strings made of fiber across the room. She hung her washing on them. The bed was against the wall during the day and was let down at 6:30 at night. The bed took up nearly half the room. All the boys slept in it except Michael, who was packed in a basket like sardines. There was a strict rule: no one could turn around until someone gave the signal. Michael could not follow this rule because Wendy thought he was too little. So he was hung up in a basket. The house was rough and simple. It was a bit like what baby bears might make if they built an underground house. There was one small room in the wall, no bigger than a bird cage. This was Tinker Bell's private place. A tiny curtain could close it off. Tink, who liked everything neat, always kept the curtain drawn when she dressed or undressed. No woman, no matter how big, could have a nicer room. Tink called her room the couch. It was very fancy with club legs. She changed her bedspreads according to which fruit was in season. Her mirror was special, and her washstand and chest of drawers were very fine. She even had a pretty carpet and rugs. There was a little chandelier made from tiddlywinks, but Tink always lit her own room. Tinker Bell looked a little proud in her own room. It looked like she always held her nose in the air. Wendy loved all of this, because the busy boys gave her much to do. There were whole weeks when she was almost always underground with them. Sometimes only a stocking was worn in the evening. Wendy spent a lot of time cooking, even if there was no food or no pot. She always watched to see that the pot came to a boil. You never knew if there would be a real meal or a make-believe one. It all depended on Peter's mood. He could eat, really, if it was part of a game. But he did not like to eat just to feel full. Most children like to be full, but Peter only cared about playing. If you could show him that you were ready for your tree, he would let you eat a little make-believe meal. After everyone went to bed, Wendy liked to sew and mend their stockings. This was her time to breathe and work on new things for the boys. She sewed extra pieces onto their knees because they hurt a lot. When she looked at a basket full of stockings with holes in every heel, she would lift her arms and say, "Oh dear, sometimes I think spinsters are to be envied." Her face would light up when she said this. You may remember Wendy's pet wolf. Soon the wolf found out that Wendy was on the island, and they ran to meet each other. After that, the wolf followed Wendy everywhere. Did Wendy think about her parents? In Neverland, time is measured by moons and suns. There are many more moons and suns than on the mainland. Wendy did not worry about her father and mother. She was sure they would always leave the window open for her to fly back. This made her feel safe. Sometimes, however, John only remembered his parents as people he once knew. Michael, on the other hand, believed Wendy was really his mother. This scared Wendy a little. To help fix these memories, she set exam papers about her old life. She wrote simple questions like, what was the color of mother's eyes? Or, which was taller, father or mother? Sometimes there were longer questions. The boys made slates and wrote down their answers. They talked and thought hard about the questions. If you could not answer, you had to make a cross. John made many crosses. The only boy who answered every question was Slightly, but his answers were very silly, and he came last. This made everyone sad. Peter did not join in. He did not like mothers, except for Wendy. He was also the only boy who could not write or spell a word. He did not like that sort of thing at all. At this time, adventures happened every day. But one day Peter invented a new game with Wendy's help. It was a game where they pretended not to have adventures. They sat on stools, threw balls in the air, pushed each other, and went for walks without any danger. It was very funny to see Peter sitting still on a stool. He looked very serious. He even said he went for a walk for his health. For several sons, this was the most new adventure for him. John and Michael pretended to be happy too, or else Peter would have been very mean. Sometimes Peter went out alone. When he returned, you never knew if he had an adventure or not. He might forget to tell them, or he might talk a lot about it, yet you could not find any signs of danger. Sometimes he came home with his head bandaged, and then Wendy would gently care for him while he told a dazzling story. But she was never completely sure if the adventure was real. There were many adventures that she knew were true because she was in them. There were even more adventures that were partly true because the other boys said so. To tell all of them would need a very big book. For example, there was one adventure with redskins in a place called Slightly Gulch. In that fight, in the middle of the battle, Peter would change sides and call out, "I am Redskin today. What are you, Toodles?" Then Toodles would answer, "I am Redskin. What are you, Nibs?" And Nibs would say, "I am Redskin. What are you, Twin?" Then they were all Redskins. The real Redskins, who liked Peter's funny ways, agreed to be lost boys for one time. Then the fight started again, even fiercer than before. There were many adventures on the island. We might tell of the Redskins' night attack on the house under the ground, or of how Peter saved Tiger Lily's life in Mermaid's Lagoon and made her his friend. We could also tell of the cake the pirates cooked so the boys might eat it and die, but Wendy always took the cake from her children. In time, the cake lost its sweetness and became hard as a stone. They even used it as a weapon, and Hook fell over it in the dark. Or we might tell of the birds that were Peter's friends. There was a special never bird that built a nest in a tree over the lagoon. One day, the nest fell into the water, but the bird sat on its eggs. Peter ordered that the bird should not be disturbed. That is a pretty story, but if we told it, we would have to tell the whole adventure of the lagoon. A shorter adventure was Tinker Bell's attempt to carry sleeping Wendy on a big floating leaf to the mainland. The leaf broke and Wendy woke, thinking it was bath time, and she swam back. Or we might choose Peter's defiance of the lions. He drew a circle on the ground with an arrow and dared the lions to cross it. He waited for many hours. The other boys and Wendy watched from the trees, but no lion dared to cross his line. Which adventure should we tell? The best way is to toss a coin. I tossed, and the lagoon won. This almost makes one wish the gulch or the cake or Tink's leaf had won. I could toss again, but I will stick to the lagoon. Chapter 8. The Mermaid's Lagoon. Sometimes if you close your eyes, you may see a pool of soft, pale colors in the dark. If you squeeze your eyes, the pool slowly takes shape, and the colors become very bright. Just before they seem to catch fire, you see the Mermaid's Lagoon. This is the closest you can see the lagoon from the mainland. In one perfect moment you might see the waves and even hear the mermaids sing. The children spent many long summer days at the lagoon. They swam, floated, and played games with the mermaids in the water. But the mermaids were not very friendly. Wendy often felt sad because she never heard a kind word from them. When she crept softly to the edge, she saw many mermaids on a rock called Marooner's Rock. They liked to lie in the sun and slowly comb their hair, which annoyed her. Sometimes when Wendy swam very close, the mermaids saw her and quickly dove away. They even splashed water on her with their tails on purpose. The mermaids treated all the boys the same, except Peter. Peter would talk with the mermaids for hours on Marooner's Rock. Sometimes he even sat on their tails when they were being cheeky. He even gave Wendy one of their combs. The most magical time to see the mermaids is when the moon is turning. Then they make strange, wailing sounds. But the lagoon is dangerous for people at that time. Until now, Wendy had never seen the lagoon by moonlight. Not because she was afraid, but because everyone had to be in bed by 7 o'clock. Still, she often visited on sunny days after the rain, when many mermaids came out to play with their bubbles. They would hit their many-colored bubbles from one to another with their tails and try to keep them in the rainbow until the bubbles burst. Sometimes a dozen mermaid games happened at the same time, and it was a very pretty sight. But as soon as the children tried to join the game, the mermaids disappeared quickly. Still, the mermaids secretly watched the children. One day, John hit a bubble with his head instead of his hand, and the mermaids copied him. That is the only mark John has left on Neverland. It was also very pretty to see the children resting on a rock after lunch. Wendy made them rest, even though their meal was pretend. They lay in the warm sun and looked shiny, while Wendy sat beside them and looked very important. One day, all the children were on Marooner's Rock. The rock was not much larger than their big bed. They knew not to take up too much room, and many of them were sleeping or resting. Sometimes they even pinched each other when they thought Wendy was not looking. Wendy was very busy sewing at that time. While she was stitching, something changed in the lagoon. Little shivers ran across the water, the sun went away, and cold shadows spread over the lagoon. Wendy could no longer see her needle well, and when she looked up, the once happy lagoon now seemed dark and unfriendly. It was not yet night, but it felt as dark as night. The water told them that night was coming. Wendy remembered the old stories of Marooner's Rock. In those stories, evil captains left sailors on the rock to drown when the tide rose. Wendy should have woken the children, but she obeyed her rule to let them sleep for a little while after lunch. Even when she heard the sound of oars, her heart pounded, but she did not wake them. She stayed with them, letting them sleep. This was very brave of Wendy. Then Peter, who could sense danger even in his sleep, sprang up like a dog and cried, "Pirates!" He put his hand to his ear and called, "Pirates!" The other boys came close. Peter had a strange smile on his face, and Wendy shuddered. No one spoke while he smiled. Then, in a strong voice, he ordered, "Dive!" At once the boys kicked their legs and dived into the water. Soon the lagoon was empty. Marooner's Rock stood alone in the dark water, as if it were marooned. A little later, a small boat came near. It was the pirate dinghy. In the boat were 3 figures, Smee, Starkey, and a captive named Tiger Lily. Her hands and feet were tied. She knew what was coming. The pirates planned to leave her on the rock to drown when the tide came in. Tiger Lily was a proud chief's daughter, and she did not fight even though she was very beautiful. The pirates had seen her when she tried to board their ship. Now, her fate would help guard their ship too. In the dark, 2 pirates did not see the rock until they crashed into it. Smee shouted, "Luff, you lubber! Here is the rock! Now we must lift the redskin onto it and leave her to drown." It was very quick to put the beautiful girl on the rock. She was too proud to fight. Not far from the rock, hidden from sight, Peter and Wendy were together. Wendy cried because it was the first real tragedy she had seen. Peter had seen many tragedies, but he had forgotten them. He was more angry because two pirates were against one, and he wanted to save Tiger Lily. He knew it was not easy, but he chose not the easy way. Peter then imitated Hook's voice and shouted, "Ahoy there, you lubbers!" in a very funny way. The pirates were surprised. Starkey said, "He must be swimming to us," but they did not see him. The pirates then shouted, "We are putting the redskin on the rock." Then an astonishing voice answered, "Set her free! Cut her bonds and let her go!" The pirates were confused. "But, Captain," one began. Peter roared, "Do you hear me, or I will put my hook in you." Smee and Starkey were nervous. They cut Tiger Lily's ropes. Instantly she slid like an eel into the water. Wendy was very happy at Peter's cleverness, but she knew he might boast and reveal his plan, so she put her hand on his mouth. Suddenly, a loud voice came, "Boat ahoy!" in Hook's voice. This time, it was not Peter speaking. Peter's face turned white with surprise. The voice said, "Boat ahoy!" again. Then Wendy understood. The real Hook was in the water. Hook was swimming to the boat. With his men showing a light to guide him, he soon reached them. In the lantern light, Wendy saw his hook grip the boat's side and saw his dark, evil face rise from the water. She wanted to swim away, but Peter would not let her. Peter felt full of life and pride. He whispered to her, "Am I not a wonder? Oh, I am a wonder." Only Wendy heard him. Peter signed for her to listen carefully. The two pirates were curious about why their captain had come, but Hook sat with his head on his hook. He looked very sad. "Captain, is all well?" they asked softly. He only moaned. Smee said, "He sighs," and Starkey added, "He sighs again." Then finally, Hook spoke in a loud voice, "The game is up. Those boys have found a mother." Even though Wendy was scared, she felt a swell of pride inside. "Oh, evil day!" cried Starkey. "What is a mother?" asked simple Smee. Wendy was so shocked she cried, "He doesn't know." After that, Wendy secretly wished that Smee could be her pet pirate. Then Hook pulled Wendy under the water. He cried, "What was that?" Starkey raised the lantern over the water and saw a strange sight. A nest floating on the lagoon, with the Never bird sitting on it. "See," Hook said, "that is a mother. The nest fell into the water, but the bird stays with her eggs." For a moment, Hook's voice broke, as if he remembered better times. He quickly brushed away his sadness with his hook. Smee looked at the bird, and Starkey said, "If she is a mother, maybe she is here to help Peter." Hook winced and said, "Yes, that is the fear that haunts me." Then Smee asked eagerly, "Captain, could we not take these boys' mother and make her our own?" Hook laughed. "That is a great idea," he said. "We will take the children to the boat. We will make the boys walk the plank, and Wendy will be our mother." Wendy almost cried, "Never!" and bobbed in the water. "What was that?" Hook asked. They saw nothing. They thought it might be a leaf in the wind. Hook said, "Do you agree, my bullies?" and showed his hand and his hook. They all swore. At that moment, Hook suddenly remembered Tiger Lily. "Where is the redskin?" he demanded. With a playful tone, Smee answered, "It is all right, Captain. We let her go." "Let her go!" cried Hook. But his men hesitated. "Brimstone and gall, what trickery is this?" roared Hook. "I gave no such order." They fidgeted and looked at each other. Hook raised his voice and said with a trembling tone, "Spirit that haunts this dark lagoon tonight, do you hear me?" Of course, Peter could not be quiet, and he answered in Hook's voice, "Odds, bobs, hammer and tongs, I hear you." In that moment, Hook did not shrink, but Smee and Starkey clung to each other in fear. "Who are you, stranger? Speak," Hook demanded. A voice answered, "I am James Hook, captain of the Jolly Roger." "You are not. You are not," cried Hook. "Brimstone and gall, say that again, and I will cast anchor in you," the voice replied. Hook tried to be polite. "If you are Hook, come tell me who I am." The voice said, "A codfish, only a codfish." "A codfish," Hook repeated in shock. Then his proud spirit broke. His men whispered, "Have we been led by a codfish all this time? It lowers our pride." They were like dogs snapping at him, but Hook barely heard them. He felt his own pride slipping away. "Don't desert me, bully," he whispered. Inside him there was a small, soft feeling. Suddenly Hook tried a guessing game. "Hook, have you another voice?" Peter, who loved games, answered happily in his own voice, "I have." "Another name?" "Yes, yes." "Vegetable?" asked Hook. "No." "Mineral?" "No." "Animal?" "Yes." "Man?" "No." This answer sounded very rude. "Boy?" "Yes." "Ordinary boy?" "No." "Wonderful boy?" "Yes." "Are you in England?" "No." "Are you here?" "Yes." Hook was very confused. He said to his men, "Ask him some questions," wiping his wet brow. Smee said sadly, "I can't think of a thing." Can't guess, crowed Peter. "Do you give up?" They all answered, "Yes, yes." Then Peter shouted, "I am Peter Pan!" In a moment, Hook became himself again, and Smee and Starkey became his loyal men. "Now we have him!" Hook shouted. "Into the water, Smee! Starkey, watch the boat! Take him, dead or alive!" Hook leaped as he spoke. At the same time, Peter shouted happily, "Are you ready, boys?" "Aye, aye," came from all around the lagoon. "Then I will come to the pirates." The fight was short and fierce. John bravely climbed into the boat and held Starkey. There was a strong struggle. The pirate's cutlass was taken away. Starkey fell overboard and John jumped after him. The small boat drifted away. Here and there, a head bobbed in the water and there was a flash of steel with a cry. In the confusion, some pirates hurt themselves. Smee's corkscrew cut Toodles in the side, and Curly hurt him too. Far from the rock, Starkey pressed slightly in the twins. Where was Peter? He was looking for a bigger fight. The other boys were brave and ran from the pirate captain. His iron claw made a circle of dead water around him, and they fled like scared fish. But one boy was not afraid. One boy was ready to go into that circle. Strangely, they met not in the water, but on the rock. Hook climbed onto the rock to breathe, and at the same time Peter climbed on the opposite side. The rock was very slippery, and they had to crawl. Neither knew the other was coming. Suddenly, they grabbed each other's arms. Their faces came very close, almost touching. Some great heroes say that just before they fall, they feel a sinking feeling. If Peter had felt that, I would say so. But Peter did not sink. He only felt happy. He grinned and quickly took a knife from Hook's belt, ready to strike. But he saw he was higher on the rock than Hook. It would not be fair to fight like that. So he helped Hook up. Then Hook bit him. It was not the pain, but the unfairness that hurt Peter. He was left staring, helpless. Every child wants fairness. When someone is unfair to you, you will love them again, but you will never be the same. No one forgets the first time they are treated unfairly. Peter had often been treated unfairly and forgotten it, but now it felt like the first time. He could only stare as Hook's iron claw bit him twice. A few moments later, the other boys saw Hook in the water swinging wildly at the ship. His face was now white with fear because a crocodile was chasing him. Normally, the boys would cheer, but now they were scared because they had lost both Peter and Wendy. They called out, "Peter! Wendy!" as they went home in the small boat, but all they heard was mocking laughter from the mermaids. They thought Peter and Wendy must be swimming or flying. They were not very worried because they trusted Peter. They giggled like boys, even though they were late for bed, and they blamed Wendy. When their voices faded, a cold silence came over the lagoon, and then a weak cry, "Help! Help!" Two small figures were beating on the rock. The girl had fainted and lay on a boy's arm. With one last effort, Peter pulled her onto the rock and lay down beside her. As he also fainted, he saw that the water was rising. He knew they would soon drown, but he could do nothing. Lying side by side, a mermaid gently caught Wendy by the feet and began to pull her into the water. Peter felt her slip and woke with a start. He quickly pulled her back, but he had to tell her the truth. "We are on the rock, Wendy," he said weakly. "But the rock is getting smaller. Soon the water will cover it." She did not understand. "We must go," she said almost brightly. "Yes," he answered faintly. "Should we swim or fly, Peter?" He had to answer, "Do you think you can swim or fly to the island without me?" She admitted that she was too tired. He moaned. "What is wrong?" she asked, worried. "I cannot help you, Wendy. Hook has hurt me. I can neither fly nor swim." "Do you mean we will both drown? Look how the water is rising." They closed their eyes, feeling they would soon be lost. Then, something as light as a kiss brushed against Peter and stayed there as if to say, "May I help?" It was the tail of a kite that Michael had made some days ago. It had come loose and floated away. "Michael's kite," Peter said at first without interest. But then he grabbed the tail and pulled the kite toward him. "It lifted Michael off the ground," he cried. "Why should it not carry you?" "Both of us," Wendy said. "It cannot lift two. Michael and Curly tried." "Let us draw lots," Wendy bravely suggested. "Never. You are a lady," Peter said. He then tied the kite tail around her. She clung to him and refused to leave. But with a quick "Goodbye, Wendy," he pushed her from the rock. In a few minutes, she was gone from his sight. Peter was alone on the lagoon. The rock was very small now. Soon it would be underwater. Pale rays of light danced on the water. Then a very beautiful and sad sound came. The mermaids were calling to the moon. At last, Peter, who was not like other boys, became afraid. A shiver ran through him like a small wave. Then he stood on the rock again with a smile and felt a drum beat in his heart. The drum seemed to say, "To die will be a very big adventure." Chapter 9. The Never Bird. Before Peter was all alone, he heard the mermaids going to sleep in their underwater rooms. Even though he was too far away to hear their doors, he could hear the little bells that ring when each door opens or closes in the coral caves where they live. Slowly the water began to rise until it touched Peter's feet. To pass the time while the water might eventually swallow him, he watched one object on the lagoon. At first he thought it was a piece of paper, perhaps part of his old kite, and he wondered how long it would drift to shore. Soon he noticed something odd. The object was not drifting like normal paper. It was fighting against the tide and sometimes even winning. Peter, who always felt sorry for those who were weak, clapped his hands. He thought it was a very brave piece of paper. But it was not paper at all. It was the Neverbird. She was trying very hard to bring her nest to Peter. Even though there were 2 large white eggs in the nest, she wanted to save him by offering her nest. She had learned to use her wings since her nest had once fallen into the water, and by the time Peter saw her she was very tired. Perhaps she loved him because he still had all his first teeth, even though he had sometimes been unkind to her. The bird spoke slowly and clearly. "I want you to get into the nest, and then you can drift ashore, but I am too tired to bring it closer. You must try to swim to it." Peter answered, "What are you saying? Why don't you let the nest drift normally?" The bird repeated her words over and over. Then Peter tried to speak slowly. "What are you saying?" They both soon forgot their manners. The bird became angry and screamed, "You dunderheaded little jay! Why don't you do as I say?" Peter thought she was calling him names, and he shouted back, "So are you!" Then, strangely, they both shouted at the same time, "Shut up!" Even so, the bird was determined to save him. With one last great effort, she pushed her nest against a rock. Then she flew upward, leaving her eggs behind to show her meaning. At last, Peter understood. He grabbed the nest and waved his thanks as the bird fluttered above. But she did not wait to see his thanks. She wanted to see what he would do with her eggs. There were 2 large white eggs. Peter picked them up and thought about them. The bird hid her face with her wings but peeked out between the feathers. There was a wooden post, a stave, on the rock, put there long ago by pirates to mark buried treasure. The children had once found the glittering treasure and thrown coins, diamonds, pearls, and pieces of 8 to the gulls. The post was still there, and Starkey had hung his deep, watertight hat with a wide brim on it. Peter put the eggs into this hat and set it on the lagoon. The hat floated very well. The Neverbird saw what Peter was doing and screamed her admiration. Peter then crowed in agreement. He climbed into the nest, stood the post upright like a mast, and hung his shirt as a sail. At the same time, the bird landed on the hat and sat on her eggs again. The hat drifted one way, and Peter went another. Both cheered. When Peter landed, he brought his boat to a spot where the bird could see it easily. But the hat was so successful that the bird abandoned the nest. The hat drifted until it broke apart, and sometimes Starkey came to the shore and, with bitter feelings, watched the bird sitting on his hat. From then on, all Neverbirds build their nests with a wide brim for the young ones. Later, when Peter reached the home under the ground almost at the same time as Wendy, who had been carried around by the kite, everyone was very happy. Every boy had adventures to tell, but the biggest adventure was that they were many hours late for bed. They became so excited that they did silly things to stay up, like asking for bandages. Although Wendy was glad that everyone was safe, she was shocked at how late it was and cried, "To bed! To bed!" Everyone had to obey. The next day she was very gentle, gave everyone bandages, and they played until bedtime while limping and carrying their arms in slings. Chapter 10. The Happy Home. Because of the fights on the lagoon, the Redskins became Peter's friends. Peter had saved Tiger Lily from a terrible fate, and now she and her warriors would do anything for him. All night, they sat up high, watching over the home under the ground and waiting for the pirates to attack. Even during the day they stayed around, smoking their pipe of peace and looking as if they wanted treats to eat. They called Peter the Great White Father and bowed before him. Peter loved this so much that it sometimes was not good for him. In a grand way, he would say, "The Great White Father is glad to see the Pickaninny warriors protecting his wigwam from the pirates." Tiger Lily, a lovely redskin, would reply, "Me Tiger Lily. Peter Pan save me, me very nice friend. Me no let pirates hurt him." When Peter said, "Peter Pan has spoken," it meant everyone must be silent. They obeyed, although they were not so respectful to the other boys. The warriors spoke in their own way to the boys, which sometimes annoyed them. Wendy secretly felt sorry for the boys, but she always said, "Father knows best." Her private thought was that the Redskins should not call her a squaw. Now we come to the evening known as the Night of Nights. The day had been quiet, and by evening the Redskins wore their blankets and kept watch above. Down below, the children were having their meal, except Peter, who had gone out to get the time. On the island, to know the time you had to find the crocodile and stay close to it until the clock struck. The meal was a make-believe tea. All the children sat around the board, eating greedily and talking loudly. Wendy said the noise was very loud. She did not mind noise, but she did not like the children grabbing things and blaming each other. There was a rule. If you had a complaint, you raised your right arm politely and said, "I complain of so-and-so." But often they forgot or did it too much. "Silence!" Wendy cried for the 20th time. "Is your mug empty slightly, darling?" "Not quite empty, Mummy," Slightly said, pretending to look into an empty mug. "He hasn't even begun to drink his milk," Nibs added. Slightly quickly shouted, "I complain of Nibs!" But John had already held up his hand. "Well, John," Wendy asked. "May I sit in Peter's chair, since he is not here?" John asked. "Sit in Father's chair, John," Wendy scolded. "Certainly not." "He is not really our father," John answered. "He did not even know how a father does until I showed him." This made the twins complain. "We complain of John." Toodles, always very humble, held up his hand. Wendy was gentle with him. "I don't suppose," Toodles said shyly, "that I could be father." "No, Toodles," Wendy replied. Then Toodles went on, "As I cannot be father, Michael, would you let me be baby?" "No, I won't," Michael answered from his basket. "As I can't be baby, do you think I could be a twin?" "No, indeed," the twins replied. "It is very difficult to be a twin." Feeling very unimportant, Toodles asked, "Would any of you like to see me do a trick?" "No," they all said. Then he stopped and said sadly, "I really had no hope." Soon more complaints began. Slightly is coughing on the table. The twins started with cheesecakes. Curly is taking both butter and honey. Nibs is speaking with his mouth full. "I complain of the twins. I complain of Curly. I complain of Nibs." Oh dear, cried Wendy. "Sometimes I think spinsters are to be envied." Wendy told the children to clear away the dishes and sat down with her work basket, full of stockings and old knees needing repair. "Wendy," Michael said, "I am too big for a cradle." "I must have someone in a cradle," she said sharply. "You are the littlest, and a cradle is a lovely thing for a home. While Wendy sewed, the children played around her. Their happy faces and dancing bodies, lit by the warm fire, made a very familiar and joyful scene in the home under the ground. But we now see it for the last time. Then Wendy heard a step above. "Children, I hear your father's step. He wants you to meet him at the door." Up above, the redskins knelt before Peter and whispered, "Watch well, braves. I have spoken." Then, as before, the happy children dragged Peter down from his tree. But never again was he taken from them. He had brought nuts for the boys and the correct time for Wendy. "Peter, you spoil them, you know," Wendy giggled. "Ah, old lady," Peter said, hanging his gun up. "It was me who told him mothers are called old lady," Michael whispered to Curly. "I complain of Michael," Curly quickly said. Then one of the twins came to Peter and said, "Father, we want to dance." "Dance away, my little man," Peter replied in a cheerful voice. "But we want you to dance," the twins protested. Peter was the best dancer among them, but he pretended to be shocked. "Me, my old bones would rattle," he said. "And Mummy too," the twins added. "What?" cried Wendy. "The mother of such a handful dance." "But on a Saturday night," slightly suggested. It might have been Saturday night, for they had lost count of the days. When they wanted something special, they said it was Saturday night, and then they did it. "Of course it is Saturday night, Peter," Wendy said, giving in. "People of our figure, Wendy," Peter exclaimed. "But it is only among our own family," Wendy said. "True, true," Peter agreed. Then the children were told they could dance, but first they had to put on their nighties. "Ah, old lady," Peter whispered to Wendy as he warmed himself by the fire. "There is nothing more pleasant than resting by the fire with the little ones near you after a hard day." "It is sweet, Peter, isn't it?" Wendy said, feeling very happy. "Peter, I think Curly has your nose." "Michael takes after you," Peter replied. Wendy went to him and put her hand on his shoulder. "Dear Peter, with such a large family, I have passed my best. But you don't want to change me, do you?" "No, Wendy," Peter said, though he looked a little uncomfortable and blinked, not sure if he was awake or asleep. "Peter, what is it?" Wendy asked. "I was just thinking," he said, a little scared. "It is only pretend, isn't it, that I am their father?" "Oh, yes," Wendy said politely. "You see," Peter continued apologetically, "if I were their real father, I would seem so old." "But they are ours, Peter, yours and mine." "But not really, Wendy?" he asked anxiously. "Not if you do not wish it," she replied. Wendy heard his sigh of relief. "Peter," she asked firmly, "what are your exact feelings for me?" "Those of a devoted son, Wendy." "I thought so," she said, and then she sat alone at the far end of the room. "You are so odd," Peter said, puzzled. "And Tiger Lily is the same. There is something she wants to be for me, but she says it is not my mother." "No, indeed, it is not," Wendy replied strongly. Now we know why she did not like the redskins very much. "Then what is it?" asked Peter. "It isn't for a lady to say," Wendy answered. "Oh, very well," Peter said, a little annoyed. "Perhaps Tinker Bell will tell me." "Oh, yes, Tinker Bell will tell you," Wendy said sharply. "She is an abandoned little creature." Tinker Bell, who was in her room, heard this and squeaked something cheeky. "She says she is glad to be abandoned," Peter said, interpreting her words. Then Peter had a sudden idea. "Perhaps Tink wants to be my mother?" "You silly ass!" Tinker Bell cried in anger. She had said it so often that Wendy did not need a translation. I almost agree with her, Wendy snapped. It was very surprising to hear Wendy speak sharply. But Wendy had been very tired, and she did not know what was going to happen before the night was over. If she had known, she would not have snapped. None of them knew what would come next. Perhaps it was best not to know. Their ignorance gave them one more happy hour. And since it was to be their last hour on the island, let us rejoice that there were 60 glad minutes. They sang and danced in their nightgowns. They pretended to be frightened of their own shadows, not knowing that soon real shadows would make them feel true fear. They danced so happily and playfully that it was more like a pillow fight. When the dance ended, the pillows even asked for one more round, as if they knew they might never meet again. Then they told stories before Wendy's goodnight story, even slightly tried to tell one, but the beginning was so dull that he said gloomily, "Yes, it is a dull beginning. Let us pretend that it is the end." At last they all went to bed for Wendy's story, the story they loved best and that Peter hated. Usually when Wendy began that story, Peter left the room or covered his ears. Perhaps if he had done so this time, they might still have been on the island. But tonight he stayed on his stool, and we will now see what happened. Chapter 11. Wendy's Story. "Listen," said Wendy as she sat down with Michael at her feet and 7 boys in the bed. "I will tell you a story. There was once a gentleman—" "I wish he had been a lady," said Curly. "I wish he had been a white rat," said Nibs. "Quiet," their mother said. "There was also a lady, and—" "Oh, Mummy," cried the first twin. "You mean there is a lady too, right? She is not dead, is she?" "Oh, no. I am very glad she isn't dead," said Toodles. "Are you glad, John?" "Of course I am." "Are you glad, Nibs?" "Rather." "Are you glad, twins?" "We are glad." "Oh, dear," sighed Wendy. "Little less noise," Peter called, so that Wendy could tell her story fairly, even if he did not like it very much. "The gentleman's name was Mr. Darling, and the lady's name was Mrs. Darling," Wendy continued. "I knew them," John said to tease the others. "I think I knew them," said Michael, a bit unsure. "They were married, you know," explained Wendy. "And what do you think they had?" "White rats," cried Nibs, joking. "No." "It's very puzzling," said Toodles, who knew the story by heart. "Quiet, Toodles. They had 3 children," Wendy said. "What is descendants?" someone asked. "Well, you are one, twin," Wendy explained. "Did you hear that, John? I am a descendant." "Descendants are only children," said John. Oh dear, sighed Wendy. These 3 children had a kind nurse called Nana. But Mr. Darling was angry with her and chained her up in the yard, so all the children flew away. "It's a very good story," said Nibs. "They flew away," Wendy continued, "to Neverland, where the lost children live." "I just thought they did," Curly said excitedly. "I don't know how, but I just thought they did." "Oh, Wendy," cried Toodles, "was one of the lost children called Toodles?" "Yes, he was." "I am in a story. Hurrah! I am in a story, Nibs." "Hush. Now, think of the unhappy parents whose children flew away." "Ooh!" they all moaned, though they did not really think about unhappy parents. "Think of the empty beds." "Ooh!" "It's very sad," said the first twin cheerfully. "I don't see how it can have a happy ending," said the second twin. "Do you, Nibs?" "I'm very anxious. If you knew how great a mother's love is, Wendy told them proudly, you would not be afraid. Then she reached the part that Peter hated. I do like a mother's love, said Toodles, hitting Nibs with a pillow. Do you like a mother's love, Nibs? I do, said Nibs, hitting back. You see, Wendy said happily, our hero knew that a mother always leaves the window open for her children to fly back, so they stayed away for years and had a lovely time. Did they ever go back? Now let us look into the future, said Wendy, getting ready for her best part, and see who comes to London Station. Oh, Wendy, who is she? Cried Nibs, excited. Can it be, yes, no, it is the fair Wendy? Oh, and who are the two noble big figures with her now grown to manhood? Can they be John and Michael? Yes, they are. Oh, see, dear brothers, said Wendy as she pointed upward, there is the window still open. Now we are rewarded for our strong faith in a mother's love. So up they flew to meet their mummy and daddy, and the happy scene was too wonderful to describe. That was the story, and everyone was pleased, even Wendy, the fair narrator. Everything was just as it should be. Then we skip along like heartless things, which children sometimes are, but so full of fun. And later, when they needed special attention, they returned and were rewarded instead of being scolded. Their faith in a mother's love was so strong that they could be a bit careless a little longer, but one of them knew better. When Wendy finished, Peter let out a sad groan. What is it, Peter? She cried, running to him and feeling him lower his head. Where is it, Peter? It isn't that kind of pain, Peter said quietly. Then what kind is it? Wendy, you are wrong about mothers. All the children gathered around him, scared. Then, with honesty, he told them something he had kept hidden. Long ago I thought, like you, that my mother would always leave the window open for me. So I stayed away for many moons, and then I flew back. But the window was barred because Mother had forgotten all about me, and there was another little boy sleeping in my bed. I am not sure this is true, but Peter believed it, and it scared them. Are you sure mothers are like that? Yes. So that was the truth about mothers. The toads. Still, it is best to be careful. No child knows so quickly when to give in. Wendy, let us go home, cried John and Michael together. Yes, she said, holding them. Not tonight? Asked the lost boys, confused. Deep in their hearts, they knew that sometimes you can live without a mother, and only mothers say you cannot. Right away, Wendy replied firmly, for a terrible thought had come to her. Perhaps Mother is half mourning now. This thought made her forget about Peter's feelings, and she said sharply, Peter, will you make the necessary arrangements? If you wish it, he replied coolly, as if she had only asked him to pass the nuts. Not a word of sorry to lose you was spoken between them. If she did not mind leaving, he was showing that he did not mind either. But of course he cared very much. He was full of anger at grown-ups who always spoil everything. As soon as he went inside his tree, he began to breathe very quickly, 5 short breaths per second. There is a saying in Neverland, every time you breathe, a grown-up dies, and Peter was killing them as fast as he could. Then, after telling the Redskins what to do, he returned to the home. In his absence, the lost boys had come very near Wendy in panic. It will be worse than before she came, they cried. We shall not let her go. Let's keep her prisoner. Chain her up. In her distress, Wendy did not know whom to trust. Toodles, she cried, I appeal to you. Was it strange that she called on Toodles, the silliest one? But for one moment, Toodles became very serious. "I am just Toodles," he said, "and no one cares for me. But if anyone does not behave like an English gentleman to Wendy, I will beat him badly." He drew back his hanger, and for that moment his face shone like the sun at noon. The others watched nervously. Then Peter returned, and they saw that he would not keep any girl in Neverland against her will. "Wendy," he said as he paced, "I have asked the Redskins to guide you through the wood because flying makes you tired." "Thank you, Peter." "Then," he continued in a strong, short voice, "Tinker Bell will take you across the sea. Wake her, Nibs." Nibs knocked twice before Tinker Bell answered, though she had been awake for a while. "Who are you? How dare you? Go away," she cried. "You must get up, Tink," Nibs called, "and take Wendy on a journey." Tinker Bell was happy to hear Wendy was going, but she did not want to be her messenger. She said so rudely, then pretended to sleep again. "She says she won't," Nibs exclaimed, shocked. Then Peter walked to Tinker Bell's room. "Tink," he said sharply, "if you don't get up and dress, I will open the curtain so everyone can see you in your nightgown." This made her jump to the floor. "Who said I wasn't getting up?" she cried. Meanwhile, the boys looked sadly at Wendy, now ready to go with John and Michael. They were upset, not only because they would miss her, but also because she was going to something fun that they were not invited to. New adventures always called to them. Feeling sorry for them, Wendy said, "Dear ones, if you all come with me, I think I can get my father and mother to adopt you." The invitation was meant especially for Peter, but every boy thought of himself and jumped with joy. "But won't they think we are too many?" asked Nibs mid-jump. "Oh no," Wendy said quickly. "It only means more beds in the drawing room. They can hide behind the screens on first Thursdays." "Peter, can we go?" they all cried. They believed that if they went, Peter would go too, but they did not really care much. "All right," Peter replied with a bitter smile, and they rushed to get their things. "And now, Peter," said Wendy, thinking she had set everything right, "I will give you your medicine before you go." She loved giving medicine, even if it was just water from a bottle. She shook the bottle and counted the drops to make it seem real. But as she was ready to give it to Peter, she saw a look on his face that made her heart sink. "Get your things, Peter," she cried, shaking. "No," he answered, pretending not to care. "I am not going with you, Wendy." "Yes, Peter." "No." To show that he did not care if she left, he skipped up and down the room, playing happily on his pipes. Wendy had to run after him, even though it was not very proper. "To find your mother," she coaxed. If Peter had ever had a mother, he did not miss her now. He could do very well without one. He remembered only the bad parts. "No, no," he told Wendy firmly. "Perhaps she would say I was old, and I always want to be a little boy and have fun. But Peter? No." Then he told the others, "Peter isn't coming. Peter isn't coming." They all stared at him with sticks on their backs. Their first thought was that maybe Peter had changed his mind about letting them go. But he was too proud for that. "If you find your mothers," he said darkly, "I hope you like them." This cruel remark made the boys doubt, and their faces looked like noodles. "Now then," cried Peter, "no fuss, no crying. Goodbye, Wendy." He held out his hand cheerily, as if it was really time to go, because he had something important to do. Wendy had to take his hand, and there was no sign he wanted a thimble. "You will remember to change your flannels, Peter?" she said, lingering. "Yes." "And you will take your medicine?" "Yes." That was all, and then there was a long silence. Peter, however, did not cry. "Are you ready, Tinker Bell?" he called. Aye," she answered. "Then lead the way." Tinker Bell flew up the nearest tree, and no one followed her. At that moment, the pirates launched a terrible attack on the Redskins. Above, where everything had been quiet, there were screams and the clash of steel. Below, there was silence. Everyone's mouth opened in shock. Wendy fell to her knees and stretched her arms toward Peter. All the children reached out to him as if begging him not to leave. Peter grabbed his sword, the one he believed he used to kill Barbecue, and the thrill of battle shone in his eyes. Chapter 12. The children are carried off. The pirate attack came as a complete surprise. It showed that Hook had planned it very badly. In savage battles, the Redskins usually attack at dawn when the white men are most afraid. The white men build a rough stockade on a hill near water, and they wait there with their guns while the experienced ones sleep. All through the dark night, the Redskin scouts moved quietly in the grass, making sounds like coyotes. These calls were soon answered by other warriors. In no time at all, the ground between where Hook landed and the home under the trees was carefully searched by brave Redskins. They found only one small hill with a stream at its base. Hook had no choice but to set up there and wait until just before dawn. The Redskins trusted Hook completely. They followed every rule of their tribe. They knew that the pirates were on the island as soon as one of them stepped on a dry stick. Soon the eerie coyote cries began. Every piece of ground from Hook's landing spot to the home under the trees was searched by warriors in moccasins. They had to choose one hill to make their stand, and Hook chose the only hillock with water nearby. Then, with clever planning, the main body of the Redskins folded their blankets around them. In their calm way, they sat high above the children's home, waiting for the cold light of dawn so they could bring death. But then, the treacherous Hook surprised them. His men say that when the first sound came from the trees, Hook did not pause on the rising ground. He rushed forward without waiting. The Redskin scouts ran after him, calling out in their strange cries. They could only trot behind him, exposing themselves to danger, as they gave a pitiful imitation of a coyote cry. Around Tiger Lily, a dozen of her strongest warriors stood. Suddenly, they saw the pirates coming. Their hope of victory vanished. They realized that they could not torture their enemy any longer. They gathered in a tight line, ready to fight, but the traditions of their tribe forbade them from moving too quickly in the presence of a white man. Even though the pirates' sudden attack was terrible, they remained still for a moment. Then, following their custom, they took up their weapons and shouted their war cry. But it was too late. It is hard to describe what happened. It was more a massacre than a fight. Many brave Redskins died that night. Some were killed by Lean Wolf and others by the hands of Panther, who fought with Tiger Lily and a few warriors. Hook is to blame for his poor tactics on that night. He did not wait until dawn. If he had waited, his men might have been killed. But if he had told the Redskins of his new plan, he would have lost the element of surprise. It is difficult to decide. We must admire, though, the boldness and cruel genius of his plan. At that moment, Hook felt very proud of himself, though his face was dark and mysterious. He stood away from his men, who looked at him with fierce eyes. But Hook's real target was not the redskins. He wanted to attack Peter and also Wendy and the lost boys. It was Peter he especially hated. Peter was such a small boy, yet Hook was filled with anger toward him. Peter had once thrown Hook's arm to a crocodile, and since then Hook had been very bitter. It was Peter's cockiness that drove Hook to madness. His iron claw twitched with rage. Hook could not stand Peter's proud smile. While Peter lived, Hook's anger burned like a lion trapped in a cage by a tiny sparrow. Then Hook looked at his own men. He searched for the weakest ones, planning to push them down with his poles. Meanwhile, the children were still at the first sound of battle. They stood like statues with open mouths, their arms outstretched, begging Peter not to leave them. Slowly, their arms dropped to their sides. The chaos above had ended as quickly as it began, like a strong gust of wind. But they all knew that this moment had decided their fate. Which side had won? The pirates, listening from behind the trees, heard every boy ask that question. Then they heard Peter's answer. If the redskins win, they will beat the tom-tom. That is always their sign of victory. At that moment, Smee found the tom-tom and sat on it. You will never hear the tom-tom again, he muttered softly. But then, to his surprise, Hook ordered him to beat the tom-tom. Slowly, Smee began to understand how terrible the order was. Never before had he admired Hook so much. Smee beat the tom-tom twice, then stopped to listen happily. Then Peter cried, "The tom-tom, an Indian victory!" The doomed children cheered, and soon they said goodbye to Peter. This puzzled the pirates, but they soon laughed among themselves. They were delighted that the enemy might soon come up the trees. They smiled and rubbed their hands. Quickly and quietly, Hook gave his orders. One man to each tree and the others to line up 2 yards apart. Chapter 13. Do you believe in fairies? Everything happened very fast. The first boy to come out of his tree was Curly. He was caught by Secco. Secco threw him to Smee. Smee threw him to Starkey. Starkey threw him to Bill Jukes. Bill Jukes threw him to Noodler. Curly was passed from one pirate to another until he fell at the feet of the black pirate. All the boys were taken from their trees in this harsh way. Many boys were tossed in the air like packages. Wendy came out of her tree last. Captain Hook smiled and raised his hat. He offered his arm and walked her to where the other boys were being tied. He acted so nicely that she was too surprised to cry. She was just a little girl. For a moment, Hook made her feel calm. We tell her story because her mistake caused strange things later. If she had let go of his arm, Hook would have thrown her like the others. Then he would not have tied the children, and he would not have learned Slightly's secret. Without that secret, he could not have planned to hurt Peter. The pirates tied the children so they could not run away. They wrapped the ropes around them with their knees close to their ears. The pirate cut one rope into 9 equal pieces to tie them. Everything was fine until it was Slightly's turn. He was like a bad package that used all the rope and had no tag. The pirates kicked him in anger, like you kick a package. But Captain Hook told them to stop. He smiled with a mean look. While his dogs were sweating because they could not tie Slightly well, Hook was thinking hard. He found out a secret about Slightly. The secret was that Slightly was too big for his tree because he drank too much water and got fat. Instead of making himself small, he cut his tree to fit him. Poor Slightly was very scared for Peter and felt sorry for what he had done. This was enough for Hook. He believed that Peter was now his. He did not tell anyone about his dark plan. He only signaled that the children should be taken to the ship and that he would be alone. How should they be moved? The children, tied in ropes, could be rolled down the hill like barrels. But the path was very wet. Hook had a smart idea. He said they would use the little house. The children were thrown into the house. 4 strong pirates lifted the house on their shoulders. The other pirates followed. They sang a mean pirate song as they walked through the forest. It is not clear if the children cried, because the singing was loud. As the little house went away, a small puff of smoke came from its chimney, as if it was fighting Hook. Hook saw the smoke, and it made him very angry. He lost any pity he might have had for Peter. When Hook was alone in the dark night, he walked quietly to Slightly's tree to check a passage. Then he sat on the grass with his hat on. A soft wind blew through his hair. His blue eyes looked soft even though his thoughts were dark. He listened for any sound, but everything was quiet. He wondered if a boy was asleep or waiting with a dagger. Hook could not know unless he went down. He let his cloak fall on the ground. He bit his lips until a little blood came out. Then he stepped into the tree. He was brave, but he stopped to wipe his sweating face. Then he quietly went into the dark place. He reached the bottom of the tree and stood very still. He was almost out of breath. As his eyes got used to the dim light, he saw many things in the room under the trees. But he only looked at the big bed. On the bed, Peter was fast asleep. Peter did not know what was happening above. After the children left, he played happily on his pipes. Then he decided not to take his medicine to make Wendy sad. He lay on the bed outside his blanket to annoy her more. Wendy always put her blanket inside because she was careful. Then Peter almost cried. But he thought Wendy would be angry if he laughed, so he laughed in a proud way and fell asleep. Sometimes, though not often, Peter had bad dreams. He would cry for hours because of these dreams about his life. At those times, Wendy would take him out of bed and sit with him until he felt better, then put him back in bed without him knowing. But this time, Peter slept without dreams. One arm fell off the bed, one leg was bent, and his laugh stopped. His mouth was open, showing his little teeth. Now Hook found Peter asleep and defenseless. He stood quietly at the foot of the tree, looking at Peter. Did he feel any pity? The man was not completely bad. He loved flowers and sweet music. The pretty scene moved him. He might have gone back up the tree, but not for one reason. What stopped him was Peter's bold look as he slept. The open mouth, the loose arm, and the bent knee made him look cocky. This angered Hook very much. He felt a strong rage and wanted to attack Peter. A dim light from one lamp shone on the bed, but Hook was in the dark. When he stepped forward quietly, he found a door. It was the door of Slightly's tree. The door did not cover the whole opening, and he was looking over it. He tried to open it, but the catch was too low for him. This made him very angry. He shook the door and hit it. He wondered if Peter would escape. Then he saw something. His eye caught Peter's medicine on a ledge. He understood what it was right away. He knew that he had power over Peter. Hook always carried a very bad poison with him. He made it himself from many deadly ingredients. He boiled them into a yellow liquid. It was a very strong poison. Hook put 5 drops of the poison into Peter's cup. His hand shook, but he was happy, not ashamed. He did not look at Peter so he would not feel pity. Then he gave Peter a mean smile. He climbed slowly up the tree. When he reached the top, he looked very evil. He put his hat on at a jaunty angle. He wrapped his cloak around himself to hide his face. He muttered to himself and walked away through the trees. Peter slept on. The light went out, and the room became dark. It was about 10 o'clock when Peter suddenly sat up. He was woken by a soft, careful tapping on his tree door. The tapping was soft and careful, but it felt scary. Peter reached for his dagger and said, "Who is there?" There was no answer. Then he knocked again. "Who are you?" Still no answer. Peter was excited and happy to be scared. He ran to the door. This door was big and covered the whole opening. He could not see who was outside, and they could not see him. Peter said, "I will not open the door unless you speak." Then the visitor spoke in a sweet, bell-like voice. "Let me in, Peter." It was Tinker Bell. Peter opened the door quickly. Tinker Bell flew in happily. Her face was red and her dress was muddy. "What is wrong?" Peter asked. "Oh, you could never guess," she cried, and gave him 3 guesses. "Tell me now," Peter shouted. In one long sentence, she told him that Wendy and the boys had been captured. Peter's heart beat fast as he listened. Wendy was tied up on the pirate ship. Wendy liked everything to be perfect. "I will rescue her," Peter shouted. He grabbed his weapons. As he jumped, he thought of a way to please her. He could take his medicine. Peter reached for his cup of medicine. "No!" Tinker Bell shouted. She had heard Hook speak about his plan in the forest. "Why not?" asked Peter. "It is poisoned," Tinker Bell said. "Poisoned? Who could have done that?" Peter asked. "Hook," Tinker Bell replied. "That is silly. How could Hook get here?" Peter wondered. Tinker Bell could not explain. Even she did not know the secret of Slightly's tree. But Hook's words made it clear. The cup was poisoned. Peter said, "I never fell asleep." He raised the cup. There was no time for talking. Tinker Bell moved quickly. She flew between his lips and the cup and drank all the medicine. "Why, Tink, how can you drink my medicine?" Peter asked. But she did not answer. She was already flying and looked weak. Peter cried, "What is wrong with you?" He was now afraid. "It was poisoned, Peter," she said softly. "Now I will die." "Oh, Tink, did you drink it to save me?" Peter asked. "Yes," she replied. "But why, Tink?" Peter asked. Her wings were weak. She landed on his shoulder and gently bit his nose. She whispered in his ear, "You silly ass." And then, unsteady, she went to her bed. Peter knelt near her, very worried. Her light was getting dim. He knew that if it went out, she would die. She liked his tears. She held out her pretty finger and let his tears run over it. Her voice was very quiet at first, and Peter could not hear her. Then he understood. She said she thought she could get well if children believed in fairies. Peter spread out his arms. There were no children in the room, and it was night. But he spoke to all the children who might be dreaming of Neverland, boys and girls in their pajamas, and little babies in baskets in the trees. He shouted, "Do you believe?" Tinker Bell sat up quickly to listen. She thought she heard some yes answers, but she was not sure. Then she asked Peter, "What do you think?" Peter shouted, "If you believe, clap your hands. Do not let Tink die." Many children clapped. Some did not. A few animals hissed. Then the clapping stopped, as if many mothers had come to see what was happening. but Tinker Bell was saved. Her voice became strong. She jumped out of bed and flew around the room happily and boldly. She did not thank those who believed, but she wished to scold those who hissed. "And now I will rescue Wendy," she said. That night, the moon was hidden by clouds when Peter got up from his tree. He carried his weapons and wore little clothing. He began his dangerous quest. It was not the night he liked. He had hoped to fly close to the ground so he could see everything. But flying low would show his shadow in the trees and warn his enemy. He now regretted that he had given the island birds strange names. They were very wild and hard to get close to. There was no choice but to go forward like the natives, which he knew well. But which way? He did not know if the children were taken to the ship. A light snow had covered all the footprints. The island was very quiet, as if nature was sad about the recent fight. He had taught the children about the forest, a knowledge he learned from Tiger Lily and Tinker Bell. He knew that in trouble, they would leave clues. Slightly might mark the trees, Curly might drop seeds, and Wendy might drop her handkerchief. He needed the morning to look for these clues, and he could not wait. The world above called him, but did not help. A crocodile passed by him, but no other living thing moved or made a sound. Yet he knew danger could come from any tree or from behind him. He made a strong promise. Either Hook or I will fall this time. Peter then crawled forward like a snake. Then he stood up and ran across a place where the moonlight shone. He put one finger on his lip and held his dagger. He felt very happy and excited. Chapter 14. The Pirate Ship. A green light shone over Kidd's Creek near the mouth of the Pirate River. This light showed where the ship, the Jolly Roger, lay low in the water. The ship looked rough and dirty, like a place where bad things happen. It was known as the Cannibal of the Seas, and did not need any more proof of its fearsome name. The ship was hidden by the dark night. You could not hear any nice sounds from it. The only sound was the hum of a sewing machine. Smee sat there, busy and kind of silly. He did his work without even knowing he looked a little pathetic. Even strong men tried to look away from him sometimes. On warm summer nights, he even made Captain Hook cry a little. Smee did not notice any of this. Some pirates leaned over the sides of the ship. They drank and talked. Others played games with dice and cards near some barrels. 4 tired pirates had just carried a little house onto the deck. Even when they slept, they moved to keep away from Captain Hook's reach. Captain Hook walked slowly on the deck. He thought, "This is my time of victory. I have taken Peter away and all the other boys are in the ship. They will soon walk the plank." This was his darkest deed since the days he controlled Barbecue. He walked with a heavy heart, his belly full of his own success. But he did not smile. He felt very sad inside. At night on the ship, Hook often felt very alone. Even when his dogs were around, he felt more lonely than ever. His true name is a secret that could shock the country, but we know he went to a famous public school. The old school rules still bothered him. He even walked in the special way his school taught him. Most of all, he cared about looking good. Hook liked good form. No matter how much he changed, he believed that looking good was the most important thing. Deep inside, he heard a creaking sound, like old doors opening. It was as if someone was asking, "Have you been good today?" He shouted, "Fame. I have fame, and I am the only man that Barbecue feared." Then a small voice from his school memories replied, "Is it good to be famous? Hook answered, "I was the only man that made barbecue and Flint afraid." Hook thought and thought. He wondered if it was wrong to care too much about good form. This thought hurt him, and he wiped sweat from his face with his sleeve. His skin was wet, and he looked very troubled. Hook felt that his end was near. It was as if Peter's strong words had come on board. Hook wanted to make a final speech before it was too late. He said, "It would be better if I had less ambition." In his darkest moment, he even talked about himself in the third person. He shouted, "No little children love me." This was strange because he had never worried about it before. Perhaps the sewing machine made him think of it. He looked at Smee, who was sewing calmly. Hook thought, why do the children like Smee so much? He wondered if it was because Smee has good form without even knowing it. Suddenly, Hook raised his iron hand over Smee's head, but he did not hit him. He thought, to hurt a man for being good form would be very bad. This thought stopped him. Hook felt weak and fell forward like a cut flower. When Hook fell, his dogs thought he was not a danger. They relaxed and even started a silly dance. This made Hook stand up quickly again, and he felt all his weakness leave him. He shouted, "Quiet, you dogs, or I will throw you overboard." And the noise stopped. Then he called, "Are all the children chained so they cannot run away?" They answered, "Yes, sir." "Then lift them up," he ordered. The poor children were pulled from the hold. All of them, except Wendy, were lined up in front of him. For a moment, Hook did not even notice they were there. He sat down, humming a rough song and playing with a pack of cards. His cigar gave a little light on his face as he did this. "Now, bullies," he said sharply, 6 of you will walk the plank tonight. But I have room for 2 cabin boys. Who will it be?" Wendy had told the children not to make Hook angry, so a boy named Tootles stepped forward. Tootles did not like being chosen by Hook, but he thought it would be safer if someone else took the blame. He knew that mothers would always help him if he was in trouble. Tootles said carefully, "Sir, I do not think my mother would like me to be a pirate. Would your mother like you to be a pirate, Slightly?" Slightly said sadly, "I don't think so." Then Tootles asked another boy, "Would your mother like you to be a pirate, Twin?" The twin replied, "I don't think so." Then another boy, Nibs, began to speak, but Hook roared, "Stop talking!" The boys were pulled back. Hook then looked at a boy named John. "You look brave. Did you ever want to be a pirate?" he asked. John, a bit shy, said, "I once thought of calling myself Red-Handed Jack." "That is a good name. If you join us, we will call you that," said Hook. John asked, "What do you think, Michael?" Michael replied, "I would like to be called Blackbeard Joe." Michael was impressed by this name. Then John asked, "Will we still obey the king?" Hook growled through his teeth, "You must say, 'Down with the king.'" John did not like this idea. He shouted, "Then I refuse," and hit a barrel in front of Hook. Michael shouted, "I refuse too." Curly shouted, "Rule Britannia!" The angry pirates hit them. Hook roared, "That means you are doomed. Bring me their mother. Get the plank ready." The boys were very scared when they saw Jukes and Secco preparing the plank. They tried to be brave when Wendy was brought forward. Wendy did not like the pirates at all. To the boys, being a pirate seemed fun, but Wendy saw only a dirty, messy ship. She had even written "Dirty Pig" on the glass of a porthole. When the boys gathered around her, she only thought about them. "So, my dear," said Hook in a slow, sweet voice, You will watch your children walk the plank." Hook noticed that his fine collar was dirty, and Wendy saw it. He tried to hide it, but it was too late. "Will they die?" asked Wendy with a look full of anger. "They will," he snarled. "Quiet now," he said with a smile, and listened to a mother's last words to her children. At that moment, Wendy stood strong. "These are my last words to you, dear boys," she said. "I have a message from your real mothers. We hope our sons die like English gentlemen." Even the pirates listened, and Toodles cried, "I will do what my mother hopes. What will you do, Nibs?" Then others asked similar questions. But Hook found his voice again. "Tie her up," he shouted. Smee quickly tied Wendy to the mast. He whispered, "Don't worry, dear. I will save you if you promise to be my mother." But Wendy did not promise. "I would almost rather have no children at all," she said in a cold voice. No boy looked at Wendy when Smee tied her. All eyes were on the plank, the last walk the children would take. They felt no hope of walking it bravely. They just stared and shivered. Hook smiled at them with his closed teeth. He stepped toward Wendy. He wanted her to see the children walking the plank one by one, but he did not reach her. Instead, he heard a strange sound. It was the slow, terrible tick-tick of the crocodile. Everyone heard it. The pirates, the boys, and Wendy. Suddenly, every head turned. They did not look at the water, but at Hook. They all knew that what was coming was for him alone. They were no longer actors in the story. They were now just watching. It was very frightening to see Hook change. It was as if his joints were cut. He fell into a small heap. The tick-tick sound came closer. Everyone thought, "The crocodile is about to get on the ship." Even Hook's iron claw did not move. It was as if the crocodile did not want it. Left alone and very scared, any other man might have closed his eyes and stayed still. But Hook's big brain was still working. He crawled on his knees along the deck, trying to get away from the sound. The pirates made a path for him. When he reached the side of the ship, he shouted, "Hide me!" in a rough voice. The pirates gathered around him. They did not look at the thing coming aboard. They did not want to fight it. They believed it was fate. Only when Hook was hidden did the boys run to the side of the ship to see the crocodile climb up. Then they got a very big surprise that night. It was not a crocodile that came to help them. It was Peter. Peter signaled to them not to make any sound. Then he went on, step by step, as quiet as the ticking of a clock. Chapter 15. Hook or Me This Time. Sometimes strange things happen without us knowing. One night Peter was sneaking around the island with his finger on his lips and his dagger ready. He saw a crocodile swim by. At first he did not think much, but then he remembered. The crocodile was not making its usual ticking sound. Peter thought, "The clock has run down." So Peter decided to start ticking. He hoped that the wild animals would think he was the crocodile and leave him alone. He ticked very well, but the crocodile heard the ticking and started to follow him. We do not know if the crocodile wanted its ticking back or just followed like a friend. The crocodile is a simple beast. Peter reached the shore safely. He walked into the water as if he did not notice it was different. While he swam, he thought, "Hook or me this time." He ticked for a long time. He did not even stop when he climbed onto the ship. When he got on the brig, he saw the pirates hiding. They were very scared. In the middle was Captain Hook. He looked small and frightened, as if he had heard the crocodile too. Then Peter suddenly heard a ticking sound. At first, he thought it was the crocodile and looked behind him. Soon he saw that he was making the ticking sound himself. He smiled and thought, "How clever I am." He signaled to the boys not to clap. At that moment, a pirate named Ed Tainte, the quartermaster, came out from the front of the ship. Peter struck him hard. John put his hand over the pirate's mouth so he could not cry. The pirate fell overboard. 4 boys caught him to stop him from hitting the water hard. Peter then gave the signal, and the pirate was thrown into the sea with a big splash. Then everyone was very quiet. "Slightly one," a boy began to count. Peter hid in the cabin quickly because many pirates were looking around. They could hear each other breathing in fear. Smee said, "It is quiet now, Captain." Captain Hook slowly lifted his head from his ruff and listened. There was no sound. He stood up straight and shouted, "Here's to Johnny Plank!" He was angry that the boys had seen him. Then he sang a pirate song. Yo-ho, the frisky plank. You walk on it so, until it goes down, and you go down to Davy Jones below. To scare the prisoners, Hook danced on an imaginary plank. He sang and then asked, "Do you want a touch of the cat before you walk the plank?" The boys fell to their knees and cried, "No, no." Their cries made the pirates smile. "Fetch the cat, Jukes," said Hook. He meant the cat was in the cabin. The children saw that Peter was in the cabin, and they looked at each other. Jukes went into the cabin. The pirates watched him. Then Hook started his song again with his dogs. Yo-ho, the scratching cat, its tails are 9, you know, and when they are on your back... Suddenly, a loud, terrible scream came from the cabin, and the song stopped. After that, a sound like a crow was heard. The boys understood the sound, but the pirates found it very eerie. Hook asked, "What was that?" Slightly said, "2." Then Cecco, an Italian pirate, came out of the cabin very slowly and looked very tired. Hook asked, "What is wrong with Bill Jukes, you dog?" Cecco answered in a soft voice, "Bill Jukes is dead. He was stabbed." "Bill Jukes dead?" cried the startled pirates. Cecco added, "The cabin is very dark, but there is something terrible in there, the sound of crowing." Both the boys and the pirates listened. Hook said in a cold voice, "Cecco, go back and get that doodle-doo." Cecco, very scared, cried, "No, no!" But Hook kept on. Some of the pirates began to talk about bad luck. They said that a pirate ship is unlucky when there are too many people on board. One pirate joked, "I heard Hook always comes on board last. If he had a tail, Captain?" Another said, "They say he looks like the wickedest man on board." Then another asked, "Did he have a hook, Captain?" One by one they cried, "The ship is doomed." At that, the children cheered. Hook almost forgot about his prisoners. Then he turned and shouted to his crew, "Open the cabin door and push them in. Let them fight the doodle-doo for their lives. If they kill him, we are better. If he kills them, we are the same." His dogs obeyed, and the boys, pretending to struggle, were pushed into the cabin and the door closed. "Now listen!" cried Hook. Everyone listened, but no one dared to look at the door. Only Wendy, who was tied to the mast, watched. She was not frightened by a scream or a crow. She was waiting for Peter. Not long after, Peter found the key he had been looking for in the cabin. With the key, he could free the children from their chains. He also found some weapons. First, he signed to the others so they would be quiet. Then he cut Wendy's bonds. Soon it was easy for all of them to run away together. But one thing stopped them. The promise they had made. Hook or me this time. So Peter freed Wendy and whispered for her to hide with the others. Then he took Wendy's place by the mast. He wrapped her cloak around himself so that he would look like her. Then he took a deep breath and shouted. To the pirates, his loud voice made them think that all the boys were dead in the cabin. They panicked. Hook tried to calm them, but they showed their teeth and were very afraid. "Lads," Hook said, trying to sound strong, "I have an idea. Open the cabin door and make them fight the doodle-doo for their lives. If they kill him, we will be better. If he kills them, we will be the same." At that, Hook's dogs wagged their tails in agreement. Soon the children were pushed out of the cabin. They had the key and were ready to fight. Peter signed to them to be very quiet. Then he cut all the chains. It was easy for them to run away together, but they still had to keep the promise. Hook or me this time. Peter stayed by the mast instead of Wendy. Then he shouted very loudly. The pirates thought his voice meant that all the boys were dead. They panicked. Hook tried to speak, but his eyes showed his fear. Then Hook said, "There is a Jonah on board." The pirates asked, "A man with a hook?" Hook replied, "No, lads, it is a girl. A pirate ship is unlucky when a woman is on board. We will fix the ship when she is gone." Some pirates remembered an old saying and agreed. Then Hook shouted, "Throw the girl overboard," and the pirates rushed toward the cloaked figure. One pirate jeered, "No one can save you now, missy." A voice replied, "There is one." "Who is that?" they asked. "Peter Pan the Avenger," came the answer. Then Peter threw off his cloak. Everyone knew it was Peter. Twice Hook tried to speak, but he could not. In that scary moment, it seemed Hook's heart broke. Finally, Hook cried, "Cut him to pieces!" But his voice was weak. Then Peter shouted, "Down, boys, attack him!" And soon the sound of clashing swords filled the ship. The pirates fought hard but were not together. They ran in every direction. The boys fought in pairs. Some pirates jumped into the sea. Others hid. Slightly counted slowly. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Soon, a group of brave boys surrounded Hook. He fought them back. He even lifted one boy with his hook to use as a shield. Then another boy, who had just heard a pirate named Mullins, joined the fight. "Put up your swords, boys!" shouted a new boy. "This man is mine!" Then Hook found himself face to face with Peter. The other boys formed a circle around them. They looked at each other for a long time. Hook shivered a little, and Peter smiled strangely. "Pan, this is all your doing," said Hook. "Yes, James Hook," answered Peter. "It is my doing." "Brave and insolent boy, prepare to meet your doom," said Hook. "Dark man, have at you," replied Peter. They began to fight with their swords. For a while, neither had the advantage. Peter was a very good swordsman. He blocked and moved very fast. Sometimes he made a quick feint and lunged forward, but his sword was shorter and he could not push Hook back. Hook was strong and used a special thrust he had learned long ago. But Peter blocked it again and again. Then Hook tried to come close and use his iron hook. But Peter ducked and then lunged fiercely. He stabbed Hook in the ribs. Hook saw his blood and was shocked. His blood made him feel very sick. His sword fell from his hand, and he was now at Peter's mercy. "Now!" cried all the boys. With a grand gesture, Peter told Hook to pick up his sword. Hook did so quickly, but he felt sad because Peter was fighting so well. Hook then said in a husky voice, "Pan, who and what are you?" Peter answered, "I am youth. I am joy. I am like a little bird that has just left its egg." This was a silly answer, but it showed that Peter did not really know who he was. That made Hook very angry. "Again!" cried Hook in despair. He fought wildly. His sword swung like a heavy club, but Peter moved like the wind. Again and again, Peter darted in and pricked Hook with his sword. Hook fought without hope. He no longer wanted to live. He only wished to see Peter show bad form before he died. Then Hook ran into the powder room and fired the powder gun. "In 2 minutes the ship will blow up," he cried. He thought this would show true form. But Peter came out of the powder room with the shell in his hand and calmly threw it overboard. What kind of form was Hook showing? Even though he was a bad man, we can be glad that he stayed true to his pirate ways. The other boys now ran around him, laughing and teasing him. He staggered on the deck, yet his shoes, waistcoat, tie, and socks were all neat. "James Hook, you are not a hero. Farewell. We have reached his last moment." Seeing Peter slowly coming toward him through the air with his dagger ready, Hook jumped onto the ship's edge to throw himself into the sea. He did not know that the crocodile was waiting for him. We stopped the clock so he would not know this, as a small sign of respect in the end. He had one last moment of triumph. Standing on the edge and looking back at Peter gliding through the air, he made a gesture that made Peter kick instead of stab. At last, Hook got the moment he craved. "Bad form!" he cried with a laugh, and he went over to the crocodile. That is how James Hook died. Slightly 17, a boy counted, but he was not exactly right. 15 pirates died that night. 2 pirates reached the shore. Starkey was captured by the Redskins and had to help them, and Smee wandered the world with his glasses, saying he was the only man that James Hook had feared. Wendy did not fight. She only watched Peter with shining eyes. After all was over, she became important again. She praised the boys and shuddered happily when Michael showed her the place where he had killed a pirate. Then she took the children into Hook's cabin and pointed to his watch. It said 1:30. The night was very late. She got the children to bed in the pirates' bunks very quickly. Only Peter stayed on the deck, walking up and down until he finally fell asleep beside the ship's old cannon, Long Tom. That night he had a dream and cried in his sleep for a long time, and Wendy held him tightly. Chapter 16. The Return Home. That morning, by the time 3 bells had rung, everyone was waking up. The sea was rough. Tootles, the boatswain, was there with a piece of rope and some chewing tobacco. All the pirates put on their clothes, cut off at the knee, shaved neatly, and hurried about in their own funny way. It is not hard to see who was the captain. Nibs and John were the first and second mates. There was also a woman on board. The rest of the crew lived in the forward part of the ship. Peter was already tied to the wheel. He called to all hands and gave a short speech. He told them to do their duty like brave sailors. He also said they were the worst from Rio and the Gold Coast and warned, "If you act up, I will tear you apart." His strong words made the sailors cheer loudly. Then a few clear orders were given. They turned the ship around and steered toward the mainland. Captain Pan checked the ship's map. He thought that if the rough weather lasted, they would reach the Azores on the 21st of June. After that, It would be faster to fly. Some of the crew wanted to make the ship honest, and some liked it as a pirate ship. But the captain treated them all like dogs, so no one dared to disagree. Everyone obeyed immediately. Slightly even got a dozen men for looking confused when he was told to take water measurements. The common feeling was that Peter was honest for now. This was to keep Wendy from being suspicious. But soon, when a new suit was ready, made from some of Hook's old clothes against Wendy's wishes, things might change. Later the crew whispered that on the first night in that suit, Peter sat in the cabin with Hook's cigar holder in his mouth and his hand raised like a hook. Now we leave the ship and return to the lonely home from which 3 of our characters ran away long ago. We must visit number 14, even if Mrs. Darling is a little sad. She would say, "Don't be silly, I do not care. Go back and watch the children." When mothers are like this, their children can take advantage of them. Even now, we go into the familiar nursery. The rightful owners are on their way home. We come early to see that the beds are aired and that Mr. and Mrs. Darling have not gone out. We are only looking on. Nobody really wants us. So we watch and say mean things, hoping to hurt someone. The only change in the nursery is that the dog kennel is gone. When the children flew away, Mr. Darling felt it was all his fault for chaining Nana up. He thought Nana was wiser than he was. Mr. Darling was a simple man. Sometimes he might have been a boy again if he could hide his baldness. But he was brave and had a noble sense of justice. After the children flew away, he went down on all fours and crawled into the kennel. When Mrs. Darling called him to come out, he sadly replied, "No, my dear, this is the place for me." In his deep regret, he swore he would not leave the kennel until his children came back. It was a pity, but he did too much otherwise. No man was humbler than George Darling now, as he sat in the kennel talking with his wife about their children and all the nice things they used to do. He was very respectful to Nana. He would not let her come into the kennel, but on every other matter he did exactly as she wished. Every morning, Mr. Darling rode in the kennel in a cab to his office, and he came back at 6. He cared very much about what the neighbors thought. Every movement made people stare. He must have felt pain inside, but he stayed calm. He always lifted his hat to any lady who looked in. It might sound odd, but it was very touching. Soon, people learned of his story. Crowds followed the cab, cheering. Girls climbed onto the cab for his autograph. Interviews appeared in good newspapers, and society even invited him to dinner, saying, "Do come in the kennel." On that important Thursday, Mrs. Darling waited in the night nursery for George to come home. She looked very sad. When we look closely, we remember the happy woman she once was, even though she now misses her children. I cannot say mean things about her after all. If she loved her noisy children too much, she could not help it. Look at her in her chair, where she once cared for them. The corner of her mouth looks very tired. Her hand moves on her chest, as if it hurts. Some children love Peter best, and some love Wendy best, but I like her best. I wish we could whisper to her in her sleep that the children are coming back. They are really close to the window now, flying strongly. We only need to say they are on the way. It is a pity, we told her, because she woke up and called their names. In the room, there was only Nana. "Oh, Nana, I dreamed that my dear ones had come back," she said. Nana, with her soft eyes, could only gently pat her mistress's lap. They sat together as the kennel was brought back. Mr. Darling stuck his head out to kiss his wife. His face looked older and softer. He gave his hat to Liza, who took it with a scowl because she did not understand his feelings. Outside, the cheering crowd from the cab was still there, and he was touched by their support. "Listen to them," he said. "It is very pleasing." "Lots of little boys," Liza sneered. "There were several grown-ups today," he replied with a little blush. But when she tossed her head, he did not say anything more. Social success had not changed him. It made him sweeter. For some time he sat with his head out of the kennel, talking with Mrs. Darling about his success, and holding her hand when she said she hoped his head would not be turned by it. "But if I had been a weak man," he said, "good heavens, if I had been a weak man." "And, George," she said softly, "you are as full of regret as ever, aren't you?" "Full of regret as ever, my dear. See my punishment, living in a kennel." "But it is a punishment, isn't it, George? You are not enjoying it?" she asked. "My love," he replied. She begged him for forgiveness. Then, feeling sleepy, he curled up in the kennel. "Won't you play a lullaby for me on the nursery piano?" he asked. As she walked to the day nursery, he added, "And shut the window. I feel a cold draught." "Oh, George, never ask me to do that. The window must always be open for the children, always." Now it was his turn to ask her forgiveness. She went into the day nursery and played the piano. Soon he fell asleep. While he slept, Wendy, John, and Michael came into the room. "Oh no, we wrote this because it was the plan the children made on the ship. But something must have happened since then, for it was not them who flew in. It was Peter and Tinker Bell. Peter's first words said it all. "Quick, Tink," he whispered. "Close the window and lock it. Now you and I must go out the door. When Wendy comes, she will think her mother has locked her out. Then she will come back with me." Now I understand why, after Peter drove away the pirates, he did not return to the island to let Tink take the children to the mainland. This trick was in his head all along. Instead of feeling bad, Peter danced happily. Then he looked into the day nursery to see who was playing. He whispered to Tink, "It is Wendy's mother. She is pretty, but not as pretty as my mother was. Her mouth is full of thimbles, but not as full as my mother's." Of course, he did not really know his own mother, but he sometimes boasted about her. He did not know the song "Home, Sweet Home" very well, but he knew it said, "Come back, Wendy, Wendy, Wendy." He shouted happily, "You will never see Wendy again, lady, because the window is locked." He looked again to see why the music had stopped. Now he saw that Mrs. Darling had her head on the box and 2 tears on her eyes. "She wants me to unlock the window," thought Peter. "But I won't, not I." He looked again, and the tears were still there, or maybe 2 more had come. "She is very fond of Wendy," he said to himself. He became angry with her for not understanding that she could not have Wendy all to herself. The reason was simple. "I am fond of her too. We cannot both have her, lady." But the lady would not change her mind, and Peter was unhappy. He stopped looking at her, but she still did not let go of the thought. He jumped about and made funny faces. When he stopped, it was as if she was inside him, knocking. "Oh, all right," he said at last and swallowed hard. Then he unlocked the window. "Come on, Tink," he cried with a sneer at nature's laws. "We do not need silly mothers." And he flew away. Thus Wendy, John, and Michael found the window open for them after all. They came down to the floor, not feeling too ashamed, and the youngest even said, "I think I have been here before." "Of course you have, you silly," John said. "There is your old bed." "So it is," Michael said, not very sure. "I say," cried John, "the kennel." And he ran over to look. "Maybe Nana is in it," said Wendy. But John whistled. "Hello," he said. "There is a man in it." "It's Father," Wendy exclaimed. "Let me see Father," Michael begged eagerly. He looked and said, "He is not as big as the pirate I killed," which made everyone laugh. It was good that Mr. Darling was asleep. Otherwise it would have been sad if those were the first words he heard from Michael. Wendy and John were surprised to see their father sleeping in the kennel. "Surely," said John, as if he could not remember. "Didn't he sleep in a proper bed before?" "John," said Wendy slowly, "maybe we do not remember the old days very well." A chill came over them, and they felt a little scared. "It is very careless of Mother," said naughty John, "not to be here when we come back." Then Mrs. Darling began to play the piano again. "It's Mother," cried Wendy as she peeped. "Yes, it is," said John. "Then, Wendy, are you sure she is our real mother?" asked Michael, who was very sleepy. "Oh dear." Wendy said with her first real feeling of regret, "It is time we came back. Let us creep into our beds and wait for her as if we never left." So when Mrs. Darling went back to the night nursery to see if Mr. Darling was asleep, all the beds were taken. The children waited for her cry of joy, but it did not come. She saw them, but she did not believe they were really there. You see, she saw them in her dreams so often that she thought it was just another dream. She sat in the chair by the fire, where she used to take care of them. The children did not understand, and a cold fear came over them. "Mother!" Wendy cried. "That is Wendy," she said. "Mother!" cried John. "That is John," she said. "Mother!" cried Michael. Now she understood. "That is Michael," she said, and she stretched out her arms to hug the three little children they would never leave again. Yes, they did hug her as they ran to her. "George, George!" she cried when she could speak again, and Mr. Darling woke up to share her joy. Nana came rushing in too. It was a very lovely sight, but one little boy looked sadly out the window. He had many joys that other children never knew, but he was looking through the window at the one joy he would always be kept from. Chapter 17. When Wendy grew up that morning, the boys waited quietly. They counted 500 and then went upstairs by the stairs. They stood in a row in front of Mrs. Darling. They took off their hats and did not like their pirate clothes. They did not say any words, but their eyes asked, "Please take us in." They forgot to look at Mr. Darling. Mrs. Darling said, "Yes, I will have you." But Mr. Darling felt very sad. He said, "I think 6 is a very big number." Then one of the twins asked shyly, "Do you think we are too many, sir? If we are, we can go away." Wendy cried, "Father!" But Mr. Darling was still sad. He said, "I would like to have you all, but I wish you had asked me too. I am not just a shadow in my own house." "Toodles, do you think he is a shadow?" one boy asked. "No, I do not," said another. They all agreed. Mr. Darling smiled and said, "I will find room for you all in the drawing room if you can fit." "We will fit, sir," they said. "Then follow me," Mr. Darling cried happily. "I am not sure if we have a drawing room, but we will pretend we do. Hoopla!" He danced through the house. The boys cried, "Hoopla!" and danced after him. They looked for a drawing room. In the end, they found small corners, and they all fit in. Peter saw Wendy one last time before he flew away. He did not come close to the window, but he brushed past it. Wendy opened the window and called, "Hello, Wendy, goodbye." And Peter said, "Yes." Wendy asked, "Peter, don't you want to say something nice to my parents about me?" Peter said, "No." Then Mrs. Darling came to the window. She said that she had adopted all the other boys and would like to adopt you too, Peter. Peter asked, "Will you send me to school?" Mrs. Darling said, "Yes." Peter asked, "And then to an office? Soon I will be a man?" Mrs. Darling answered, "Very soon." Peter said, "I do not want to go to school. I do not want to be a man. Oh, Wendy's mother, if I wake up and see a beard." Wendy said, "Peter, I would love you even with a beard." But Peter pushed her away. "Keep back, lady. I do not want anyone to catch me and make me a man." Then he asked, "But where will you live?" He said, "I will live with Tinker Bell in the house we built for Wendy. The fairies will put it high up in the treetops." Wendy cried, "How lovely!" And Mrs. Darling hugged her tighter. Wendy said, "I thought all the fairies were gone." Wendy explained, "There are always many new fairies. When a baby laughs for the first time, a new fairy is born. The boy fairies are mauve, the girl fairies are white, and the blue ones are little and confused." Peter looked at Wendy with his bright eyes. Soon the boys went to school. Most of them went to class 3. Slightly went to class 4 and then class 5. Class 1 is the best. After 1 week of school, they learned that they could not fly any more. Nana, the dog, once tied their feet so they would not fly away at night. They played by pretending to fall off buses, but slowly they stopped tugging at their beds. They could not fly even when they wore hats. They called it lack of practice. But really they no longer believed. Michael believed a little longer than the other boys. He stayed with Wendy when Peter came to take her at the end of the first year. Wendy flew away with Peter in a frock she had made from leaves and berries from Neverland. Her only fear was that Peter might see her frock was too short. But Peter did not notice. He talked a lot about himself. Wendy had hoped to talk with Peter about old adventures. But new adventures filled Peter's mind. When Peter asked, "Who is Captain Hook?" Wendy said, "Do you not remember how you killed him and saved us all?" Peter answered carelessly, "I forget them after I kill them." Then Wendy hoped that Tinker Bell would be happy to see her. Peter asked, "Who is Tinker Bell?" Wendy was shocked. She explained, "There are many Tinker Bells. I expect she is still there." Peter thought, "Maybe she is gone." Fairies do not live very long, but their lives seem long to them. Wendy felt sad because for Peter 1 year was like 1 day. He was still as fascinating as ever. They had a lovely spring cleaning in the little house in the trees. Next year, Peter did not come for Wendy. She waited in a new frock because the old one did not fit. But Peter never came. Michael said, "Perhaps he is ill." Wendy said, "You know he is never ill." Then Peter came the next spring cleaning. Peter did not know he had missed a whole year. That was the last time Wendy saw Peter. For a little longer, Wendy tried not to grow up too fast. She felt she was untrue to Peter when she won prizes at school, but the years passed, and Wendy became a married woman. Peter became like a little speck in a box where she kept her toys. Wendy grew up. Do not feel sorry for her. She liked to grow up. In the end, she grew up a little faster than other girls. All the boys grew up too. You might see the twins, Nibs and Curly, one day going to an office with little bags and umbrellas. Michael became an engine driver, slightly married a lady of good name, and became a lord. That man in a wig at the door used to be Toodles. The bearded man with no stories is now John. Wendy married. She wore white with a pink sash. It is strange to think that Peter did not come to the church to stop the wedding announcements. Years went by, and Wendy had a daughter named Jane. Jane always looked curious, as if she had many questions since she came to the mainland. When Jane was old enough, she asked many questions about Peter Pan. She loved to hear Peter's stories. Wendy told Jane all she remembered in the nursery where the famous flight had taken place. Now the nursery was Jane's, because her father bought it from Wendy's father. Mrs. Darling was now gone. There were only 2 beds in the nursery, one for Jane and one for her nurse. There was no dog kennel because Nana had also passed away. Nana died of old age. Nana was very proud and did not like anyone else to look after the children. Once a week, Jane's nurse had the evening off. Then it was Wendy's turn to put Jane to bed. Jane liked to raise the sheet like a tent and whisper, "What do we see now?" Wendy said, "I do not think I see anything tonight." Jane said, "You see, when you were a little girl." Wendy replied, "That was a long time ago." "Oh, how time flies," Jane asked. "Does it fly like you did when you were a little girl?" Wendy said, "When I flew, I wonder if I really flew." Jane said, "Yes, you did fly." Wendy sighed. "Those were the dear old days when I could fly." Jane asked, "Why can't you fly now, Mother?" Wendy answered, "Because I am grown up. When people grow up, they forget how to fly." Jane asked, "Why do they forget?" Wendy said, "Because only the gay, innocent, and heartless can fly." Jane said, "I wish I was gay, innocent, and heartless." Maybe Wendy agreed a little. Wendy said, "I think it is the magic of this nursery." Jane said, "Yes, I think so too. Please go on." One night when Peter came back for his shadow, Wendy was sitting by the fire in the nursery. There was little light as she sewed because there was no other light. Suddenly, the window opened, and Peter came in. Peter was the same as ever. Wendy saw he still had all his first teeth. He was still a little boy, but Wendy was grown up. She sat by the fire and did not want to move. She felt helpless and guilty. Peter said, "Hello, Wendy," and did not notice any difference because he was thinking only of himself. In the dim light, Wendy's white dress looked like the nightgown she wore when Peter first saw her. Peter asked, "Hello? Where is John?" Wendy gasped. "John is not here now." Peter asked, "Is Michael asleep?" He looked at Jane. Wendy answered, "Yes." And then she felt sad. She quickly said, "That is not Michael," so no one would judge her. Peter looked and asked, "Hello, is it a new one?" Wendy said, "Yes." Peter asked, "Boy or girl?" Wendy answered, "Girl." Peter did not understand. Wendy said softly, "Peter, are you expecting me to fly away with you?" Peter answered, "Of course. That is why I have come. Have you forgotten that it is spring cleaning time?" Wendy knew it was useless to say that many spring cleaning times had passed. "I can't come," she said sadly. "I have forgotten how to fly." "I will teach you soon," Peter said. "Oh, Peter, do not waste your fairy dust on me," she replied. Wendy stood up. Suddenly, Peter became afraid. "What is it?" he cried. "I will turn on the light so you can see," she said. For almost the only time, Peter was scared. "Do not turn on the light," he cried. Wendy gently played with Peter's hair. She was not as heartbroken as before. She was a grown woman who smiled sadly. Then she turned on the light. Peter saw it and cried out in pain. When a tall, beautiful woman stooped to pick him up, he pulled away. "What is it?" he cried again. Wendy had to tell him, "I am old, Peter. I am much more than 20. I grew up long ago." Peter shouted, "You promised not to." "I could not help it. I am a married woman now, Peter." Peter said, "No, you are not." "Yes, I am. And the little girl in the bed is my baby." Peter said, "No, she is not." But he thought she was, and he took a step toward the sleeping child with his dagger raised. He did not hit her. Instead, he sat on the floor and cried. Wendy did not know how to comfort him as she once did. She was only a woman now, and she ran out of the room to think. Peter's cries soon woke Jane. She sat up in bed and asked, "Boy, why are you crying?" Peter stood and bowed to her. Jane bowed to him from the bed. "Hello," he said. "Hello," said Jane. "My name is Peter Pan," he told her. "Yes, I know," Jane replied. "I came back from my mother," Peter explained, "to take her to Neverland." "Yes, I know. I have been waiting for you," said Jane. When Wendy returned quietly, she found Peter sitting on the bedpost and laughing proudly. Jane, in her nightgown, flew around the room happily. "She is my mother," Peter explained. Jane came down and stood next to him with a kind look. "She needs a mother," Jane said. "Yes, I know," Wendy said sadly. "No one knows it as well as I do." "Goodbye," Peter said to Wendy. Then he rose into the air. Jane also rose with him. It was his easy way to move about. Wendy rushed to the window and cried, "No, no!" "It is only spring cleaning time," Jane said. "He always asks me to do his spring cleaning." "If only I could go with you," Wendy sighed. "You see, you cannot fly," Jane said. In the end, Wendy let them fly away together. Our last view of her is at the window, watching them become small like stars in the sky. Now, as you look at Wendy, you may see her hair turning white and her body getting small, for all this happened a long time ago. Jane is now a grown-up with a daughter named Margaret. Every spring cleaning time, Peter comes for Margaret and takes her to Neverland. There she tells him stories about himself. When Margaret grows up, she will have a daughter. That daughter will be Peter's mother in turn. This will go on as long as children are happy, innocent, and brave. The end.